1 second with latency. Oh, there we go.
We're good?
There we go.
Oh, God.
Oh, whoa. Wait a second. You just disappeared.
Hmm.
1 second with latency. Oh, there we go.
We're good?
Yep, you're good. I can switch.
Okay. All right. Well, let's do this.
Watch there's some, you kick something, watch the cable maybe to GoPro because you blocked out for a moment there.
Yep. I'll be very careful on those. All right. Well, let us begin. It's going to be a fast one today because that is coming for me. So let's, actually, that is like serious stuff happening. So, okay, I'm going to go. Jen, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Okay. Holy cow. It's coming. Here comes the storm. Some serious dark clouds rolling in. Don't see lightning, so keep coming. But if you bail, call me. Absolutely. Just getting started. Yeah, so there's some legit clouds happening here. I'm just gonna quickly get the chat up and running. I see it coming toward me. My hope is that it's just, I guess it peters out. Is that, like, maybe that's a thing? Maybe I'm hoping too much. Maybe that's not a thing. Pro. One moment. Okay, I'm just going to get this happening right there. Okay. Should have both. Let me just see if we do have, in fact, any channels. And yep. Aha. Okay. Yeah. There's some stuff happening. I think we might be about to be getting deluged. So we're just gonna have to gauge how this goes, and then give it a go. All right. And I'm just gonna quickly add Twitch Trailbound Sketches add. All right. And we're good to go. Hello, Christine. Let the fun begin. All right. So, if you can tell, there's a massive cloud heading right toward me. I'm just going to move these. I might black out for a second. Let's see what happens. Yep. All right. And we're back. But we're going to be using a huge sheet of paper. I'm trying this out. Whoa. There's some wind coming. So this might get really exciting really fast. Rain and watercolors sometimes mix, but not too often. Oh, no. I made a huge mistake here, but it could be a fun one. Okay, so let's get a little bit of this going here. I got some clips. I've got some clips. I've got my big sheet of paper. We're going to start with a pencil. And then we're going to move on to colored pencil. And then we're going to move on to pen. But, we'll see how much I can get. There's something big coming up right now. This is, oh man, I didn't even bring a rain jacket too. So this might be a huge mistake. There's what's known as a footwind coming up. Footwinds are like when the storm basically pushes a bunch of wind your way because all of this air is being squashed out. And that is entirely what we are experiencing right now. Might be interesting. Oh, I'm echoing. Oh yeah, it's because it's going through the GoPro too. Interesting. Well, we'll have to figure that out. Just as I got set up, every time. We're going to still give it a try. Why? Because it seems like a good idea. Is that snow? Or dust? I think it's snowing. Is it snowing? It's snowing. What is going on? It's definitely snowing. Okay. Here's the thought. We bail, but go hide somewhere interesting. I'm thinking maybe, oh man, it's snowing. What is happening? Okay, this is definitely snow. Hold on. Okay, all right. Well, jacket time, I guess. What? All right. Let the what is going on? This is very confusing. It's a little upsetting, to be totally honest. And you can let it pass over you. I might see if I can let this one pass over me. So I'm gonna go and find some shelter really quick. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna switch out some of these cables. So what might happen is we might lose you for 1 second. So let's see what happens. Give me 1 second, and here we go. Switch. This? And then I need to grab. Okay, well, the good news is I found a nice little spot. The bad news is this is a real storm coming down. So I'm just gonna go clip this right here, and okay, and I'm gonna go figure something out here. So stay with me. God, what am I doing here? What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, that gets to live here. That gets to live here. Oh, it's a lot of wind. Oh, it's, and let me quickly call Jennifer Landrell. Let's low. One moment. Right away. What? Okay, I'm gonna go hide in the dig. Okay, well, that might be then. Abs. Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. Okay. 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 Okay, all right, well. Okay, very good. Well, I'll check in. I'm gonna go find some shelter, and I'll keep you in the loop. All right, bye. So that's all coming through. I'm gonna try to find some shelter here, and I just gotta get all the stuff. The problem is I have no breath anymore. There, I'll show you. This is where I'm going. Whew. Oh boy. There's like a little house thing, but the house thing is locked. So I'm just grabbing my stuff. Moving to buildings to shelter for the storm. Okay, so I got one of these. Everything, or did it just blow away? Oh wait, I had a table, didn't I? Oh no, I had a table. Oh, no. A table. Come back. We got the bare essentials. We're just gonna grab these. We're gonna move them back. Woo. Hey Michelle, how you doing? Yeah. Oh, sorry, what was that? You just cut out. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Let me see. I might have just run out of service here. Could you repeat that?
What building are you in?
Oh, there's like a big building right below the chairlift.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just rapidly moving all my stuff into shelter.
And it is chairlift 9 that you're at?
It is chairlift 9 that I'm at, yep.
Okay. All right, bye.
Okay, see you soon. Okay. All right. We got the stuff. Just the basics. All right. Oh boy. I just need to find a spot to hide all of this, and then I can think about making a sketch. This building could be good. Oh boy, there's a lot of rain. Let's okay. Just gotta break it all down. I tell you what, it is definitely snowing. The funny thing is I looked up the weather beforehand and the weather said it would be totally fine. 100% totally fine. So I'm just gonna break all this down really quick so I can see if I can hide it somewhere. And then I'll find somewhere to post up a little bit better. That's the plan. Just gotta get the basics. Fortunately, there's a bunch of construction equipment and various little bits of shelter here and there. So this has the potential to be real interesting. Looks like there's some big weather coming in. There's this. I'll put one of those in there. I'm just gonna try to pack up everything really fast and then reassess, you know? There is something beautiful at having a small setup, and that is not me. I am nothing if not an overpacker. Now we just need to find a good spot to hide. All these buildings are locked, as you might expect. If I can just find somewhere to get out of the wind, I think I'll be okay. But this is coming up. This is imminent. We're gonna expect this in probably the next 2, maybe 3 minutes, I'm betting. So I'm just gonna quickly see if I can get all this lickety-split figured out. Okay. Just gotta get a couple of these. Toss away a few of these. Sunscreen, probably not exactly what I'm going to need right now. A pair of gloves could have done me well, though. You know, a little bit of water. Still have a table. You know, when you need a table. And all of this. I'm just getting ready to be able to throw this under something if I need to. That is coming. Why is it snowing? It is summer, isn't it? It's supposed to be summer. What is with this place? It's definitely under the impression it was summer. Okay, so we're gonna go shove some of this in here. And in just a moment, I'll find a spot. We'll find a little hidey hole. Okay, this gets shoved in here. Oh, like that. Yes. Oh my gosh, there's camp chair legs everywhere. There's like legit snow happening here. This is wild. Okay. Now, all this stuff needs to go somewhere. Let's go hide it maybe under the eaves. Sorry, let me go. Let's see, that's fine. Let's take all this with. Let's go on a little adventure here. My friend Michelle is coming up. She generously offered to come up with some water at some point. So I don't quite know if she's gonna make it, because it is a trek. But we'll go take a look. So here's what we're looking at. This is the storm kind of coming in, which I didn't really expect, but it's coming in fast. And let's see. Here we are. So I was going to paint this whole panorama. Unfortunately, the panorama is rapidly whiting out, kind of erasing itself. And I don't know what to do here. But I'm going to go see if I can find my friend Michelle, and then we'll be moving maybe into some shelter, try to find something. There's quite a bit of, let's see, looks like another adventure. Max is a friend on the way to connect with him. Yeah, my friend Michelle's coming up. Or we can drive an excavator. Yes, it may come down to driving an excavator. We're gonna have to find out. Yeah, let's see. So here is option number one. We have a chairlift. Potentially you could sit under the chairlift. That wind is pretty blowy, so we'll have to see about that. I'm also just a little concerned about, lightning and things like that. That always freaks me out a bit. Not quite sure what to think about those. And then over here, you can see what I was walking up, which is pretty extreme. This is chair number 9, right? It should be. Well, I hope so, at least. Making sure my friend Michelle isn't like going up the wrong chair or something. I don't want to send her on a goose chase. No, this should be chair number 9. And so we're just scooting down here to see if I can find Michelle. Oh boy, this is more of an adventure than I signed up for today. But once this snow hits, I'm gonna have to go take shelter. The problem is everything is locked. Like in the outdoors, a lot of times, they'll have survival cabins and they're never locked. They might be bear-proofed, but they're never locked because, it'd be a bummer to get there and then freeze to death. But let me see. I'm heading down here to see if I can see Michelle. But it's getting a little hairy and I might need to get back to my stuff to make sure it doesn't blow away. Honestly, the problem is walking back uphill is brutal. Elevation, not my friend. Okay, let me see. I don't see her yet. Let me give her a quick call. I'll just cut this up. The thing I'm most worried about right now is the potential for lightning. That is the thing I'm most uninterested in, I will admit. So there we go, okay. So I'll call Michelle really quick, make sure she's doing okay. Michelle is a very fast runner, but runners sometimes wear very light stuff. So we're just gonna go check in. If I have service, which I might not. It's not looking good. Okay. Yeah, the storm might have shut this down. Oh dear. Okay, well, I'm gonna just take a couple quick photos, just so if we need a reference, if we're hiding somewhere interesting, want to sketch. And there's that one, and there is that one. Oh boy, this is a wild day. Okay, and I'm just gonna go quickly text and say, I will be a little bit beyond the chairlift, trying to take shelter next to the closest building. But also feel free to head back if the things are getting a little bit too stormy, period. I'm probably going to try to wait this one out and then sketch once it blows through. Okay. Well, here we are. How about this adventure? First off, I just need to go zip my way back. So that's gonna be the first thing we're gonna do, is just zip back up to our little hidey hole. I'm gonna go around one little bit more corner just to see. We'll do like a little hoo-hoo. Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! Michelle? Nope. All right. Well, she's very fast and a runner. So, and she's a Telluride local, so she probably knows what's going on more than I do. In fact, if she went back, that probably does not bode well for me, because maybe this is not the thing to do. But we're gonna go back up. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. I must admit that. I mean, look at this stuff here. Let me go through so you can see. Like, check this out. You see that? That is just gorgeous, isn't it? This place is huge. Okay. Well, here we are. Time to go recollect the stuff and go see whatever's unlocked. And that's what we're gonna hide in. And that's what we'll make a sketch in. The altitude up here is quite real. I don't know what the elevation is. It's at least over 8,000, I think. It's enough that it kind of makes you feel like you just ran a marathon. Anytime you're walking even vaguely slowly. And now this seemed like a good idea at the time. But I suppose this is why you always go with a jacket. Okay. Let's go find somewhere. Okay, I just need a little bit of wind block. Why is it's so cold? How is this happening? How is it snowing? I mean, that is still a beautiful view. But I'm not quite sure how fast it's going to blow through. I'm going to go quickly. Why am I? Maybe I'm hypoxic or something. I keep on being like talking through my plans here. The plan is see who is unlocked, and then invite herself in, and then there we go. Okay, bachelor number one. Welcome, bachelor number one. Here we have a wonderful, lovely building under construction. Still, lots of work to be done, but likes taking long walks on the beach. Unfortunately, looks very well combination locked. That's not gonna help very much. Looks like a lovely place inside. Bummer. All right, down we go. Here we go. Let us go find bachelor number 2. Bachelor number 2, we have this lovely box. Now, we could potentially take the top of this box and put it over, make a little makeshift shelter. Unfortunately, it's full of a lot of gross trash and rusty naily bits. I'm not sure how I feel about all of this, but if desperate, that right there could make a roof for our little box. Bachelor number 3. It's this dig. These are never unlocked, but may as well give it a try. Oh, never mind. That is unlocked. Do you think they'd mind if I sat in it and made a sketch? I could leave a sketch. Maybe that's what I'd do. Maybe make a sketch and then leave them one. That'd be a sweet thing. This right here is a dig, as you can see, digging for a cause. I believe the cause is probably like moving dirt or something more altruistic, but it appears to be unlocked. So I think I'm just gonna maybe make myself a little bit at home. Let me just, oh, that is very open. Yes. Good on them though, you know? Like, what if someone needed shelter? They get it. I also feel like this is probably more lightning proof than most of my options, and that is the thing I'm the most scared of. So we're just gonna go say hi to this little shelter. There we go. This looks great. Yeah, I think so. Here we go. So we're gonna just hide out in here for a little bit, I think. This is gonna be home for the next little tiny bit, just a tiny bit though. All right, well, I'm just gonna move some of these up here. And let's see, how's the seat feel? A little sideways, but that's okay. Oh, actually very cozy. Yeah, no, that'll work. That'll work just fine. All right. Now I just gotta go hide our stuff from the elements. And then I think this is gonna be today's studio. Which is great. This is gonna be very good. We just need to, I mean, it's even got a great view, panoramic. There are more windows here than a car. This is great. And it comes with a hat. So I think today we're gonna sketch in a dig. I'll let my friend Michelle know where I am. Okay, really quick. It feels kind of warm in here too. Like, this is very nice. I am in the dig. Okay. So here we are. Let's do this. Step 1, hide the stuff. Step 2, I haven't checked the chat. Let me go see what's going on. How are we all doing, by the way? She's a hardy mountain gal. I'm sure she's fine, well prepared. She's born and raised in Alaska. It's true. Also, hello, Silas. Hello, everybody. If you're just joining, I was going to try to make a big panorama. And then we got hit by a snowstorm. So now I'm on top of Chair 9, right above Telluride, being snowed on. And it's very cold. So the only spot that is even vaguely shelterable and open is this very handy, what are we talking here? Is this a Yamaha? This very handy cat front end loader. So this is the plan today, is that we're going to make some sketches from this cat front end loader while the storm blows over. All right. Well, on that note, let me go hide some stuff from the storm, and then let's get to it. I might just put it under the machine, to be honest. Oh, that shouldn't fall. Don't want that to fall. Still working. Good. Okay, we're gonna need some water. This key. Oh, they have a, these things even have a water bottle holder. This is the dream. This is absolutely the place to be. table. It's gonna go under. Put that there. I'll bring all this up, but this big bag I can just put right here. Perfect. Perfect. Now I'll just bring some art supplies on up. Okay, and just like that, there we go. Don't see Michelle yet, though. Am I missing anything else? Okay, we're in good shape. All right, time to hide. Okay, here we are. Welcome to today's studio. Safety first. We're ready to go. All right, let's paint. So what we're gonna need is sketchbook and a couple pens, a few pencils. Got those right here. In my cup holder, we have our water bottle. We also have the power to move enormous amounts of dirt, which can come in handy from a painting perspective. Not always necessary, but you know, better to have it and not need it than and not have it. So what am I looking at here? Are they safe under? Yes, everything is safe under the dig. I feel personally safe from like a lightning standpoint, so I worry about my friend who I texted and haven't heard from, but I also called and couldn't get a hold of. So I'm hoping that like maybe she was just out of service or something like that, or went back down. But okay, so we have a sketch. This is a Telluride sketch that I did earlier. I'm gonna making some more kind of like it is the plan. I've got some pretty good views from here actually. So I think we're gonna do some of that. What I'll need is a little bit of water and my other goods. I do have some granola bars. No, I don't. I have Gorp. A little bit of Gorp, and that should be plenty. All right. So let's just I don't know. Let's get this. Gosh, there's a key to technically move it. I'm brave, but I feel like that's reckless. It's one thing to sit in somebody's vehicle. What's going on here? Yes. So how do I explain this? Panorama. The weather got me. I am very high up on a mountain in a ski resort above Telluride. Did not plan for it. So now I'm hiding in the unlocked up here, which is a cat dig, for lack of a better word. So yeah, Kip would be so stoked. My 3-year-old would be just dying with jealousy. So yes, let us begin. I'm still planning on making some sketches. I have shelter. This is today's studio. Let's do it. Now what I'm going to need is paper. I had more pencils than I did. Some are definitely gone out there. Nope. Yep. But let's just start with something nice and easy, I think, and then we'll begin. I gotta go stick this somewhere here. Whoops. That was going the whole time. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna place this right. Gonna live. This got to live right here. And okay. Elevation is, but it's high. It's quite high up. I have comments going again. You know, but it is quite a snowstorm. You can see this, but it's like legit. It's like legit outside right now. Get a view of what we're doing. Uh-huh. Okay. You know what this thing has is plenty of little things. Check the cable connection. You're cutting out on the video and audio. Interesting. One moment. Sorry, this is real close now. Probably shouldn't be wearing their helmet, should I? Let's take one photo and then... Okay, so I need to check the audio. Let me see. Let me just go ask Jen really quick. You're cutting in and out on video and audio. How's video and audio stuff going? Is this better? Oh, there's a lot of snow happening here now. Oh, it's really blowing in. I'm gonna close our door here, just to keep the stuff from. Why is this door so heavy? Okay, just 1 second. And there we go. Safety first, even with art, especially with art. In fact, all right, so here we go. Just gonna scoot this over here. All right, where are we going here? The hardest part is just to start. That is like always the most difficult thing, is just to begin, no matter where you're at. So I'm gonna do a little bit of that right now. We are just gonna add a little bit of a sketch, and I'm gonna be sketching the actual like landscape here. Mostly just because I am not quite sure how long it lasts. So I'm not, what am I saying here? I'm gonna start with pen. That's how I'm gonna do it. Okay, so we have this one. We're just gonna kind of move along. I'm not quite sure how big I'm gonna make this one. Panoramas are great because you can kind of keep on adding stuff if you want. So there's always an option for that. We're just gonna kind of start, I think, right here. I'm loving the look of, wow, it's all pretty cool looking. So I think what we're going to do is just sort of begin right here, and we'll kind of see where it goes. So perhaps I might actually use a pencil, and maybe we will do a panorama. We're just going to do it like a couple little pieces at a time. There we go. Okay, we got pencil right here. That should do plenty. You got to see this though. Look at this. How cool is that looking? Okay, so here we go. So we're going to start with the landscape. This gives us not many pages, actually. That's only a couple. Let's start on this side, then. The beauty of every sketchbook is, realistically, you've got two options, 2 pages. So we'll start right here. And I'm going to start penciling in this kind of cool-looking spot right here. So it would be a little bit of, let's see, there's these trees. I'm not sure whether to sketch the dig side of things or not, but I think we're going to go for this landscape right up here, kind of going down, over, and down. And I just love this so much because you can kind of get this really great sense of sort of where everything is going. It's almost like you're running over these mountains yourself. You're following each contour, you're just moving down, and you kind of get to eat them up with your eyes, which is just really... I don't know too many other mediums in which you get to just really soak it all up in this way in particular. Oh, there's my friend Michelle. Okay. Hello, Michelle.
Hey.
Hi.
So I'm just at the last pitch before you get to 9, and there's a ski shack right here at the bottom of this. So, which are you? If you went up 9,
Yes.
to the right?
I'm up 9. I'm just down the chairlift. I've posted up in an excavator because that's the only thing that's unlocked. It's actually very comfortable.
Oh, that's the dig dig. I'm like, what's a dig dig?
Oh yeah, sorry. Dig digs. I did a lot of time with 3-year-olds.
All right, well, we're just coming up this last pitch to 9.
Okay.
We'll come around the edge.
You are brave. You are brave to keep on going. This is not at all what I expected today.
It's clear enough,
Oh, good.
I think.
Although I might have just found the most comfy seat on the mountain, so I'm not sure if I can get out of this now.
Is there room for another person in there?
Oh yeah, you probably squish a couple. Yeah. Come on in. Bye. Okay, good. My friend Michelle. Let's see. Service is cutting out. Is it? Let's see. Okay. How are things? Are we still working? Quick chat check. Everything working for you? So I'm just going to be adding a little bit of these mountains in, and I'm going to kind of go piece by piece. And then, so like this one right here, I'm following a lot of this down. And when I follow it down, then there's like, it's kind of further over here. But like there's the building. We kind of be on the edge right here. Ish. And then we got some trees. We got some more trees. A couple more little trees. Kind of a wild looking couloir. That's what you call them, right? You can see it right there, but it's insane. It's just a cliff with snow in it. And now I'll skip the page. So with, like I said, the beauty of this is I can just kind of keep on going and keep on going and keep on going. So I'm just going to kind of fill it over here. Let's see, this mountain goes right here and then around. And now we're back at this one. So I can kind of just keep on going. I could also squash against this. That's an easy way to do it too. It's going down, over, down, and up. And here's this little tiny building we have right here. Pretty cool looking. Big tree right here. So this right here kind of goes here and then really jackknifes up. And I'm following these contours. And the reason I'm using pencil first is I'm getting real loose. So we'll see exactly how much of a panorama we make, but it's a good start right here. Moving down, that's our next tree. Mountains go around. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous spot, regardless of weather. That's why it's worth bringing the right clothes and having the right amount of time. So we're just gonna add a bit right there, and there's our roof. There's this. Okay. Got a couple little signs down here too. I love this. All right. So now what I'm missing is this next little pitch, which is very cool looking. And so, so just keep on folding up, keep on moving. And the question is like, how much of this do we add? It's also kind of funny. I very much expected it to be very cold today, or very warm. I brought like extra water. I didn't bring nearly enough water, but I brought like water and sun shirts and sunscreen. And I was getting ready to bake. And I am so cold instead because it's literally snowing outside. Okay, we got some of this moving up. And then here we go. Down. We have these nice trees like that, over and down. So all of this is just kind of following these contours, following these buildings, following these marks. And one is going to lead you to the next. One to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. That's how it's going to work. Okay. Also, how's everybody doing? Service okay? Connection okay? A giant storm is rolling through, so I wouldn't be surprised if service starts cutting out. I'm also in an excavator, so that could help with service cutting out. All right, and we're just gonna kind of move down like this as these mountains move down a little bit as well. Now, look at this. Oh my gosh, look at this. There's like a perfect little rail. Oh, it's like made for a sketchbook. Can you believe it? How nice is that? Huh. Wow. I should paint in excavators more often. This is great. Like, this is like legitimately great. Okay. So here's this piece right here, kind of coming down. And then I got some more big trees. Kind of a double right there. I got our storm. Kind of see that? And there's actually kind of clearing over there, which is kind of lovely. So we're gonna kind of paint this whole mountain range, maybe if we have time, as it kind of goes up and down and around. So these great little pieces. So this is, oh, there's some cool looking stuff over there. So this is still quite rough, but you can kind of see, how it's coming to life. See this right here. There's these trees, up and down. I'd love to be up here someday with somebody who like really knows the history and the culture, because this whole valley was just so inhabited and full of life for thousands of years. I'm assuming beforehand, and I can't imagine the stories and just how much history must be in here. Better not tell your son. Yeah, he's gonna be wildly jealous, by the way. The fact that I am sketching in a dig. Because of necessity. For the record. Just don't let me get in trouble. Okay, here's this. I just need a little bit up here. This goes higher. There's this crazy looking mountain right up there, but the snow is kind of blocking it out. It's pretty neat. And then this right here just goes all the way down over here. And then down here, there's a really big tree. Goes like this, right over the top. And these trees are great because they're kind of these markers. Like they kind of give you a sense on like, right, this is where you are in the sketch. So they kind of act like that. Aha! I see my friend Michelle. Okay, so here we go. One right there. And then I think that is sort of where this sketch ends, is right there, moving down. And there we are. Okay. So there you have it. That's the general panorama right there. But now comes the fun part. We get to fill this thing in. So I'm going to be adding a little bit of color here right after I connect with Michelle. Oh, and she brought Cody. Okay, so I'm going to leave this in this like nice little convenient panorama holder. Who would have thought? These are phenomenally designed. I did not realize. Okay, I'm gonna just switch this up. Don't mind me. Just pop out here. Hello. Oh, Cody, hi. Safety first. You made what is with this? Is this just Colorado in general? Hi, Cody. Yeah. I know, I looked it up this morning and it was just like, yeah, sunny. Oh my gosh, look at that.
Yeah, that's where, if it clears up, you're going to get that. And that's
spectacular.
Sal's right there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Unreal.
Very cool.
Yeah, I was able to make a little sketch. The poor live stream is like, what is happening? Why do you have a hard hat on and why are we in an excavator? But so this is what I've got so far is sort of from, this is
the outline. So it's going to be this.
I think so. Because, I mean, from the view, and it looks like there's some more weather coming in, but this is like quite a comfortable seat, I've got to admit.
I'm not staying long. We're going to head down, but I want to make sure you're okay. Bring you some water.
I definitely did not bring enough, so I really appreciate that. Yeah. I figured this seems like the most lightning-proof thing out here, so.
Yeah, you should be okay.
Hi, Cody. That elevation, though, gets me.
Lightning strikes. I didn't see any stuff. I think it would be okay.
Oh, it'll tell you?
Well, I mean, you'll see them coming down.
Oh, okay.
You can see that's rain. You got that, right? That's
Yep.
rain coming there.
Yeah, kind of.
Snow for us.
I know.
I got snowed on.
Oh, well, you were a big one. Thank you.
Is
Oh, my
that
gosh.
too big for you?
This is perfect. Okay, yes. Oh, this is great. That's the one I forget.
Remember who it came from. Yeah.
Right?
Hey, Cody, no. Cody, no.
I mean, he is next to a dig, or sorry, he. No, I keep on.
I somehow lost her bowl on the way up there. I think pulling out my wrench. So.
I feel like the first dog type that you meet, like you call every other dog that dog's gender, you know, right? So it's
I
like,
only had boy dogs growing up, so it's a little
really?
hard for me. My dad never liked girl dogs. So sounds very Alaskan.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have one. I'm like, why don't we have girl dogs? They're awesome.
I know, Cody's so sweet.
But no girls.
I should see.
You guys have a dog, right?
No, we have family who has dogs, so we have lots of dogs that way.
When you have little kids, it's hard. We didn't do it until the kids were older.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kip likes dogs, but we'll wait till he can walk them.
Don't be under the illusion that they actually will walk them.
Oh yeah. Would you like some trail mix? Oh yeah. So what's the elevation up somewhere like here?
We are getting close. This is probably 11. Up there's 12.
Okay. Oh, so this is like 11,000 feet.
Yeah.
So this is like Mount Baker height.
And then this, come over here. This is the famous. This is the pinnacle of everybody's skiing. My kids haven't done it yet, but their friends just did it this winter. You see that slot that comes down that big rock face?
Yeah.
That's Palmyra chute.
That's not skiable, is it?
Yes, it's totally skiable.
Oh my god.
Everyone does it. I have not yet. So you walk out of the side of the mountain there, and you can ski all over to the back, and then you hike up that, and then you ski it. And you apparently, I mean,
That looks
through
like a
all the
suicide
videos,
mission. That's
you can
wild.
actually get your skis sideways in it. So
Just like once, what you just sort of.
like that, once like that.
Now, what about this over here? There's this thing right there, little double slot. That would be unskiable, right?
Yeah, that's unskiable. But
Okay, good,
people
good.
do ski this whole face, and then down through here, and then there's what they call monkey bars, which is just a bunch of ropes. You throw your skis over and you monkey bar down, and then you can continue out of Bear Creek.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah, I've done that once. That was not bad.
you're just spitting in the face of gravity with that.
But you know, it's pretty wide. I mean, those are pretty big, wide open turns. So as long as there's not avalanche risk, you're pretty good. But you know,
This is Colorado, so I assume there's always. Wow. This is a pretty solid spot, all things considered. A lot of complaining coming up, but I think it's worth it. A lot of complaining coming up.
How did you come up?
Slowly, and
Anu, what did Anu tell you? 20 minutes? I'm like, no, it's like an hour.
I think I said 40 minutes up, 20 minutes down.
How long were you on?
Maybe not with a 40-pound pack.
What do you drink some water? No, you're so
No? Here.
all right.
Just some hand-flavored water?
You want to try it this
You wanna
way?
try it?
You want some, yeah?
Okay, ready?
This way. Ready?
Try that out. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Hand and peanut-flavored water. The best kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I just couldn't get it drinking.
Oh, out of the bottle. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Any more? Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Dogs, antiseptic. Wow, this is just stunning.
Oh. I haven't even blown my nose in that.
Thank you. Actually, it's perfect. I'll probably use it for the watercolor later on.
I know.
Exactly. Okay. Well, the real question is, do I stay in the dig or move back out? But it looks like there's still some stuff moving around, so maybe I'll just pen it in here and paint it in out here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing this, there's two sides. If you're doing this side, that's one thing. If you're doing that, then that's another. Did you try all these huts to get in?
I tried a couple of them, and then when I tried this one, and it has like a multi-suspension seat, it was like, okay, perfect view, and if I need to, the key's in there, so I could just if I need to go dig myself a shelter.
Well, honest, I said, would you stay available? And he was available for what? I'm like, for an emergency. If I need you to come get us.
Just in case. No, this will be great. I think this is worth staying up here for. Thanks to the water, I'll be provisioned to be able to stick up here for a while, I think, and make something cool.
Did you already finish your whole other water?
No, but it'll go quick, especially because I'm just so high up here. I feel like the altitude.
You're going to get altitude sick. So.
Amazing. All right, Cody. Thank you. Thanks for rescuing me. Thanks for the water.
I know. Honestly, I would have turned around except for I thought, Max needs water.
Oh.
And kept me going, which is great because it's my
Well, thank
workout
you.
for the day.
There you go. Well, welcome to
I don't have to
11,000
run. Oh,
feet.
and there's another guy up there running.
Oh, didn't even see him. Wow, that must be cold.
When you go down, did you follow the cat track?
I went straight down. So up the I went up basically
Did you go up the
gondola.
snow thing?
I went up the snow.
Yeah. So coming back down, just follow this road underneath here, and
Oh.
you're gonna wind through the woods more.
Right.
And
So
you'll get-
less straight up and
Yeah, and less straight up and
Okay.
no snow. They cleared it all. So.
I'll take it. Amazing. All right. See ya. Thank you. What's that? Oh yeah, you can check in on me. Okay. Here we go. And now let us pen some stuff in here. Okay. We have water. We have good friends who bring water. That is key. Maybe Michelle tell us a little bit about what she knows about Telluride. Oh yes. Yep, definitely should have done that. Sorry, my mistake. Did not bring the phone, did not bring the chat. If you don't realize, or if I haven't told you yet, I'm a little bit out of it. We are at some extremely high altitude, at least for me. It's probably nothing for a lot of people, but for me, pretty high up there. And it's time to pen in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some pen to this painting here. And that kind of locks it in. Then we'll move pencil. Then we'll paint it in. I'm probably going to stick here mostly for now, just while I wait, just because the storm looks like it might come back. There's still some sketchy stuff over here, which looks a little brutal. So I'm going to kind of hold off just a moment until I kind of see what that is a little bit more about. But here we go. Let's fill some stuff in. You want to see me, or you want to see the sketchbook? What's interesting? Maybe I'll show you the sketchbook. It's kind of fun this way. I got so much leverage. Okay, there we are. Okay. Also, welcome everybody. Today, if you're just joining, it's not going how I thought it would, but you know what? It's gonna be just fine. We're having a good time. And let's see, where do I start here? I think I start with this right here. This little bump goes up and over, and as you heard from Michelle, people ski this stuff, which is just crazy to me. But it also means that they know it, so the goal is to get it sketched well. And I'm just going to be adding the pen line just to kind of lock it in. This will just give me a little bit of a good view and help me gauge where the rest of everything else is. Pencils are great because they kind of give you this little swivelly sort of bit, but the pen lines allow you to kind of mark your spot. You gotta pick your favorite squibbly pencil line. Okay, here we go. Moving down just a little bit right there. There's all this really interesting stuff. These two little ones are pretty wild. And then, of course, we go over here and we have some trees. So I'm going to add in a couple of those trees, just like that. Right down here, we have some more trees. I love these Colorado trees. They're just these little hardy things. And they have so much character. But they're also nicely kind of sharp on top, which I really like. Okay, right down there. Now, how's everybody doing today? I'm in a more stable spot now, but how are things going? It's been a minute. I've been filming here in Telluride. I've been sketching. I've been going to some films. I've been networking. So I've been a little bit all over the place, but I've missed being able to check in and share the progress. The book things are moving forward. The travel things are moving forward, but sometimes you just hit these little moments where you're just, all you can do is just sort of hold your breath and hang on. Okay, a little bit here, scooting this down. And we get this crazy looking couloir. So a couloir is a, I don't even know what you call it. It's a couloir. It's a couloir. It's like a big narrow snowshoot. And right here you have this one right here. It just goes straight down. It is just absolutely crazy. Just to imagine, I mean, if you fell down that thing, you just go whoop. This is like an elevator shaft is what it is. The very quick way down the mountain that you should not take. I probably won't add in all of the just all of the snow little details here, mostly because I kind of want to do a lot of that with the most of that is going to be done with the actual painting itself. Okay, and then we go on over here, another little bit of snow, right down there, and over and down. Just like that. Perfect. Okay. So that's kind of what we're looking at. This is sort of like, this is like the initial outline of all of this. This right here. That was not graceful. I'm going to leave it and blow my nose. That's just what's going to happen. Whew. There's no way of doing that gracefully on a mountain. Some people maybe, but they are not me. All right. So we have a couple of these. We're just going to have the rest of these pen line in. Then I think we're going to go kind of fully into the rest. I keep on losing my pens in here. Where are you? I'm not in a very... It's a small space to lose everything every time. Although if I do lose a pen, it seems like a fair thing, like a fair trade. I got shelter, and they'll get a really nice pen. Okay. So we're adding the couloir right here, and I'm still just sort of loosely tracking a lot of this here, just so there's a better angle. There you go. This is also the weather I just want to show you. So as you can see, it says there's going to be sun, and then there's going to be sun, and then there's going to be sun and clouds, and then sun and clouds, and then sun and clouds, and maybe there'll be a bit of rain around too. Nothing about snow. Nothing about snow. Okay, and I'm just going to say sounds good. Okay, so I just need what happened here? Oh, sorry. Okay, there we go. We're back. Also, is there a quick chat? Is anybody there? The service leaves something to be desired. So, if anybody can hear me and wouldn't mind letting me know if things work, I would be very appreciative. Okay, so right here we got this big mountain, goes up. There's always this temptation to make mountains way bigger than they actually are in scale, because they're just so grand, you know? It's like these things are gorgeous. So you want to make them huge because they stand out in your mind, but they're actually pretty small things. On the page, that is. So there we go, just kind of getting this loosely put in, just like that. And then this right here, this little shindig. That is this. That goes there. So this is actually a little bit taller than I made it, I believe. This goes down like this. And then the roof goes down like this. But what I love is just how internet is perfect. Okay, thank you, Kia. And connection is good on both. Okay, there you go. It's okay, we got this right here. This is like a little tiny shelter. This would be a lovely place to stay. Word unlocked. I do love the boldness of just like leaving a massive construction vehicle unlocked. Like these things must be so expensive. But also, who's gonna take it? Who's gonna like drive this down a mountain? It'd be like the most epic escape scene ever. You probably also have to bring a lot of gas. Okay, right there. And we have these, and then right here we have these two little signs poking out. One says "See Forever" and one says "Woosley's Way." So I'm going to paint those in here in just a second, but first I'm going to just place them there. And the second right there. Okay, now a little bit of this. The hard part of painting is like the first, like way more than most of the painting is just getting the outline in. And there are ways you can avoid that. Like it is 100% acceptable just to add color. Like you can skip this process. If you are not into outlines, if you don't like the pen, if it feels a little bit too much, you can skip it. That is absolutely allowed. So where am I? Yes, I am in a, well, how do I say this? I'm in an excavator. As you can see, this is the top of wherever it is. This is the top of Telluride. So I was up here to make a panorama, and then a giant snowstorm rolled in. So I took shelter in an excavator, and here we are. Because this seat is actually pretty phenomenal. So I'm just going to be doing some of that until I deem that the storm is gone and I head back out. So that's where we are. I'll be honest, the seat is pretty great. The vantage point is pretty amazing. The views are phenomenal. Excavator painting might be where it's at. Okay, adding a little bit more into here. And then just a touch more on this one. But there is what looks like another storm kind of rolling around, so I'm gonna stay here until my nice little outline is finished. Then I might paint it in outside. I reserve the right to maintain my little excavator studio. Unless, of course, they come up and kick me out, in which case, yes, of course, I'll get out. Gotta get that little bit of snow on the ground. It's right there. All right. There we go. Okay. So we're just keep on moving through, and we're just gonna be adding layer after layer after layer after layer until we get kind of that big view. So here's like this peak right here, kind of goes up, and you can kind of see some of them. So I'm just kind of trying to get this big picture locked in. The nice thing about being up here, though, is you do kind of get this full panorama. I mean, this is just such a gorgeous spot, and I don't know if I would have stayed were it not for wanting to make a sketch. So I think there's something about sketching that's wonderful, because it doesn't just give you the opportunity to make something beautiful. It gives you the opportunity to stay when things are rough, which is really nice. Okay, there's that piece. And we're just going to slowly kind of fill them all in here. And excavator, yes. Or it's not paying the bills, and I get that. I mean, how many sketchbooks could you get for the cost of one excavator? Let's be real. There we go. Just laying that back up. Oh, you know, actually, this is great. That's perfect. That's what I need. Okay, so we got all this cool, and there's like, the problem for me is there's all these really cool, like I want to make all these like really cool little features huge, but they're not. They're far away and they're not quite that big. But I want to see them massive because they're just gorgeous. Okay, right there, and we're just gonna quickly add the rest of this. Next, we're gonna move into pencil territory, and that's when things get fun, a little bit more colorful. Okay, trees. This is one of the most complex panoramas I think I've ever done too. Like there's a lot of moving parts on this, but you just follow one piece at a time. That's all you really got to do is just keep on sketching what you see and what it's connected to, and then how it all lines up. If you can do that, then it all works out. Okay, so a little bit of this, rolling down. Okay, lovely. Here, I'm just gonna put this in here. I need to, let me show you where I actually am. Let me show you. First, I'm just gonna make a big mess. I will be cleaning all of this up, just for the record. But you gotta see. Okay, so here we go. This is the excavator. This is the studio for the day. But look at all that. I mean, that's pretty cool, huh? And yeah, this is just the plan. Sometimes life gives you lemons, and sometimes they give you an excavator. And that's what we're rolling with today. And I'm pretty happy with it. There you are. Here's the view. Okay, now where'd my pen go? Oh no. I think I hear a car. Probably my time to leave. Probably not supposed to be up here. Yep. I leave. Yep. Let's definitely scoot out here. Okay. Let's see. Yep. About to get in trouble. Let's see. Let's get this out. Alright. Right here. Yep. Okay. Well. We're just gonna go grab our stuff. Take a last look. Okay. And we'll put that right back. Okay, maybe we would have gotten in trouble, maybe not. They don't seem to care a whole lot, but I think our time in the excavator may have come to an end. Let's go post up over here. All right. Here's to hoping that we've got good weather from now on. Let's give it a try. Let's see. Okay, I'll be right back. Let's see, I'm just gonna drag. All right. Oh, you're all good. Yeah, making a sketch. I'm gonna do a big panorama, and then that storm rolled in, so slowly, yeah. Yeah, I love how the weather was just like, it's fine. Yeah, there's no, like, the Google weather is like, yeah, sun.
Oh, yeah, it'll say sunny.
Yeah. But got the initial sketch down, now time to paint in the spot, but it's, yeah. Oh, I appreciate it. I think, well, we'll see how long this painting takes, but I really appreciate it. Okay, let's try this out. Okay. Now here we go. That was the opposite of getting in trouble. That was very nice. Okay, so we got one of these. That one's pretty good. Let's just grab perhaps a little tripod or something. Oops. Okay. Okay, so back here, and the sun has just come out and it feels roasting. This is some legitimately bipolar weather. There's this. Yeah, I'm gonna take off a layer. That's how hot it is. Holy cow. This changes so fast. And now I just need a chair, and then we'll get right to it. One of these days, we're just gonna have a very easy, normal stream. It's just gonna be like one of those ones where I'll be exactly where I need to be. I'll just make the sketch. It'll be that simple. Not today. Or probably tomorrow. But one of these days, I swear. I'm gonna have to reapply sunscreen now. Like this is the level. This is the level of my fingers were feeling numb 20 minutes ago, and now I'm gonna be putting on sunscreen. Whew. Okay. There we have it. Now let's sketch. Okay. I just need, okay, we've got this. We've got a pen. We got the rest. Let's do it. Let's do it. No need to go wild. Just like a quick little sketch. Okay, all right, so that is all running, that is all working. Here we are. Nice stable spot. Life is good. Sketching is going to be fun. All right. There's gonna be a long one. Woo! Come on back. This is so long we have to paint it piece at a time, not kind of all at once. It's gonna be just one piece and another. I'm gonna try to kind of whip it out a little bit, just so that we can get right to the painting part, which is gonna be the fun part. So I'm just gonna grab this and this. Pardon the shakes. How do I do this here? Can you see much of that? Not really. How do I do this? I think if I disconnect this and then reconnect this to this, put this attached to this, there we go. All right, welcome to the close-up view. Okay, so I'm gonna be sketching all of this stuff way over there. This is the plan. So I'm just gonna kind of really start picking up the pace here. I say this more for myself than you. I need to just kind of keep it moving. The problem is I've kind of changed perspective, but it'll work out. It'll be okay. A lot of this is pretty similar, especially like this stuff over here is all more or less the same view because it's so far away. It doesn't matter that I'm this close. Okay, here we are. Go nice and wide. And then right down here, we have this. Smooth down. And we got this big wide expanse. Huge wide expanse, really. We could add these little trees in, or we could ignore them. I think I might ignore these. I'm going to kind of do a little bit of a a little bit of a double dose here. So we're gonna go, let's see, there's this, that's there, which means that this is here, which means that this kind of goes down here and up just like this, and just moving down. There we are. So then that means like these mountains in there as well. Gosh, they're so beautiful. I love these kind of landscapes too because they're just so high up. You can just see for so long. Michelle was saying you can see all the way to Utah from here. Which is interesting because Alaska is just so huge. You know, you can't even see from like one part of Alaska to another, really. But yeah, these mountains are just like something else. Right there, got a couple peaks right here, and then I think we'll do it from this perspective. So we'll let these trees kind of work their way down. Which means that these will be over here. Put this nice big tree right there. Moving it down just a little bit. And I should just say, the sun has come back with a vengeance. It is absolutely like roasting now. This is amazing. Just the instant switch of snow to like hot. I'll put on some sunglasses even, because that is how hot it is. But then I can still see these huge clouds rolling in. It's kind of strange stuff, but it is gorgeous. It really is gorgeous. Okay, so I'm almost done with a lot of these. We have just a little bit more to go. A little bit here. There we are. And then this range is wild. I'm wondering, I might take a quick reference photo, because this range right here is just, there's something going on with like the mountains and the clouds and things. So it's kind of cool to be able to capture that sometimes. So I'm gonna try that out for scale and see if I can do it or not. But we'll find out together. Somebody's telling me that this is the mountain range that the Coors bottle label, if you've ever seen a Coors bottle, was like the original Coors range, I think was this one. I don't know if that's changed since. Okay, there we are. And well, I'm going to keep it relatively light as far as like, you know, details, because I want room to be able to add in some of those layers and potential kind of cloudiness. And right here we have a nice big tree. And then a nice even bigger tree. Okay. Now 2 more pages and we're good. Okay, so we'll call that good. Perfect. So all this is a little bit what we're looking at. The next phase is going to be adding some pencils. So we'll get a little bit of colored pencil there. What's that? Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah. It could probably take an hour or so to get it. Watercolor. So here's the initial. Yeah, so here's the initial one, and then we'll sketch it in. Yeah. Oh, well, those are cool too. A lot easier. Yeah. So like, drag this all over. So like, usually what I'll do is, where'd it go? This side. There we go. So this is sort of the general.
Oh wow.
Yes. Oh, that was downtown. But this view is just bonkers. I don't know if I'll actually be able to capture it. This is something else.
It keeps changing. It's like you got like sunshine right here where you started, then it just goes to storm to.
Keeps on changing. Yeah. So it'll be good though. It's a fun try. Definitely got snowed on and now I'm too hot. So it's like, okay, here we go.
Cool.
So yeah.
So you have to keep coming back here to finish it?
I think so, right? Yeah. Now it'll be good. I think colored pencil and then watercolor.
Like a YouTube thing?
Yeah. So we just kind of capture this stuff.
Oh, you're drawing and talking?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, kind of Bob Ross in real life without the fro.
You can still grow that out.
Still, yeah, I got time.
Chance.
Just wear the wig. But yeah, kind of a fun way. I live in Alaska, so
Have you been up there?
not yet. That looks gorgeous. Yeah, this whole place is just like,
Go all the way up there.
you can sketch for days.
Oh, you just turn a little bit.
Yeah.
Over there, it's not as cool. I mean, I guess that airport is cool.
Yeah, even that valley is like interesting. If you didn't have all this stuff right next to it, it'd be pretty amazing.
Yeah, but this is like, I mean, you got the Coors Light Mountains right there.
Okay, so they are the Coors Light Mountains.
Yeah, those
Okay.
are the Coors Light Mountains.
Amazing. And it looks
you
like we
out there
must. How long? Let's see, till Monday. So yeah,
How long have
I'm
you already been here?
part of the film festival, so
Oh, yeah,
so just a
yeah.
couple of days. But yeah, it's fun.
Awesome, man.
Yeah, I appreciate and thanks for the offer. I appreciate it. All right. So the very nice guy offered me a ride down. I thought I was about to get in trouble because I was in their excavator, but he's very nice. He's like, "Want to ride down?" He's like stoked on watercolor. Just goes to show. Don't be afraid of people. Stay in your excavator. All right, here we are. Let's get to this. So we have this little sketch right here. Let's put this maybe right here over the shoulder. What's my angle? Why did he come up there on a Saturday? I think they were like checking out some building or something. The sense I get is that the construction season of these places is super short. So I think they kind of work year long. Also, I heard a very big sound. I'm hoping it's not thunder, but what I'm feeling is we should get sketching. Let's get sketchy. You never know how long you're gonna get up here until you're back in the excavator. Okay, so I'm gonna need some new colors. What are we looking at here? Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure why I came up on a Saturday. Okay, so we're gonna need some of these. Here is, let's see, probably don't need this color green. I usually try to only use a couple colors. I think I'm going to go for maybe a brown and maybe a dark blue. No, there's really not much dark blue. It's all kind of dusty, actually. Let's use kind of a dusty green, and let's use a brown. Let's do some of that. All right, we're just gonna kind of go a couple at a time. So like our greens, gonna be in our trees. I'm gonna kind of just add these in piecemeal. Little sketch at a time. Oh, by the way, it says Maya's birthday. Oh, we should read Alveus at the end? We should most certainly read Alveus at the end. Yes, 100%. Happy birthday to Maya from Telluride. If anybody doesn't know Maya, Maya is a wonderful, sweet human being who started Alveus Sanctuary, but also just like really uplifts the conservation, like whole movement. And years ago was born today. Okay, a little bit of trees. There we go, just like that. We'll get some kind of dusty trees going on here. And this, I'm trying to add some some color to these trees, not necessarily because like this is exactly the color they are, but mostly because this gives just a little bit of some structure. And when I add a darker color, it'll kind of bring them to life a little bit, which is sort of nice. Here we are. Okay, and then potentially a few of these. They kind of get darker the further off they are, so we'll mostly just do them in here. There we go. we're just kind of flipping from one page to the other until we kind of get that full panorama look. And then I'll start clipping it to the board. All right, right here we have another one of these trees. This one's got a lot of good pine cones on it. There we are. And a little bit down here. We'll add a bit of this. Maybe erase a little bit of the lines. I don't erase too many of the lines, but I'll erase just enough. And you can kind of see we got that cloud rolling in right now. It is moving forward. I should also say, if I haven't already, thank you everybody for your patience on this stuff. It's been so fun to be able to share these places, and I know it is not the most convenient way to do it, and very kind of all over the place, especially lately with me. But I so appreciate the patience, because it's just so cool to be able to show you some of these spots. And once I can kind of get this down, I'm really excited to show you some of those spots with other people too. Like my biggest dream is to bring somebody else out with me, and then together we can kind of do this. But step one, kind of get comfortable enough to actually just do it. Do it with minimal fail. Step two is going to actually do it. Okay, so here we are. A little bit more clouds rolling in. That could be a problem. I can't believe there was a snowstorm earlier. I mean, how wild is that? What a bizarre landscape, but that's like a thing, you know? So strange. Also, thank you, Silas. Yeah, these pencil details are fun. Here, let's go add some more. Here we go. So here comes the brown. So next we're going to be adding just a little bit. I usually just do 2 colors. And there's a couple reasons for that. One, it's just simple. 2, it keeps things in place. I feel like a little bit. I don't want like a full pencil drawing. I want like just enough of pencil drawing that it makes sense. But these are some good browns here that I can kind of add a little bit of texture in. A little bit like that. Be adding the rest of these kind of coulars and all that kind of wild craziness here in a second. There we are. A little bit up here. But it's not too much. You see? It's like just enough. Let's see, this is here. Oh, that kind of gets hidden now. But maybe I'll add a touch of that. And one up here. My big thing, I think, is kind of adding little pencils toward the end, especially because I just love when it kind of bleeds out into the end. There's just something like so nice about that. Also, I just realized I can see way more of this now. So there are some big trees right here. I should probably add those in. We'll put that here. Big tree right here. I see you, big tree. There we go. You're even bigger than this tree, aren't you? Let's add some of that right here. Just work her down. Just like that. And then that means that I can kind of see through, and there's this little strip of dirt, and then you can kind of come around through, and all of a sudden there's our road. There we go. Still trailed up. We'll just add a little bit more green in here. There we are. Okay, a little bit more brown, and then I think we're into color here. Up here, this is a really gorgeous spot. And actually, this is one where I should probably get into a darker green. We kind of have this like massive trees. It's very cool looking, but I think this would probably be worth switching up. Let's give this a try. What's this going to look like? It's close. I need a bit more dusty. Maybe, let's see, one of these is kind of an olive. No, a little too bright. We'll find it. Aha! That might be it. I think that's it right here. Grab this one out, move into kind of our mid-green, and this will kind of capture a few of those trees right here. Even this might be a little bit too forward. This is kind of like a more Pacific Northwest green. These trees are lovely, but they are a bit brown. What I'll do is I'll just kind of fill this up with some brown. I'll add some more texture, and that should do the trick. Okay, all right. And with that, thus marks the end of our there we are. This marks the end of our colored pencil phase. Now it's on to the painting phase. This is where it's gonna get really fun. You're so good at drawing and painting Alaskan mountains, the peaks and the snow, the light, all Alaskan. Are there challenges painting a new mountain range? You make this look easy. That's a really good question. I mean, the beauty about mountains is it's geology. So at some level, it is very similar. Like one mountain is actually going to be quite similar to the next. There's subtle changes, but like if you kind of have that, it's like if you're good at drawing faces, every face is different, but if you kind of have the basics, you're going to be in pretty good shape. Mountains are different though, because like you can kind of fall into painting what you think you see instead of what you actually see. So that's like my biggest worry is making sure that I do capture the, the mountains and because they're just so different. Like this whole landscape is so different than some of the others just because of the way the like rain is coming in, like all this light. It's just everything is browns, and I'm seeing, browns, and it's lighter and darker in places. It's really fascinating, but it's also just fun to just sort of see where it takes you. Okay, it looks like I only have one clip for some reason. Guess I'm missing some binder clips. These are the real expensive art supplies. These are like 10 cents a piece. This is one of the most useful things you can have. They're just these tiny little things, and they clip stuff, and they look like little flying machines or something, but they are so helpful. Let's see, how do I do this? Huh. Thinking. I guess I'll clip this all together. Let's do that. Step 1, clip it on. So I'll start from one direction. I'm going to work my way to the other. So we're going to start right here, and we're going to just clip this together, I believe. Will this work? Maybe not. There we are. Okay, that should do just fine. And we're going to pour some water. I'm going to move this somewhere a little bit cooler too. Maybe under here just a little bit, get some shade. Okay, next step is just a little bit of water, not too much. I will admit, I'm feeling some fear. I'm hearing that foot wind again, like we did last time. Okay, a little bit of water here. And finally, we're just gonna grab our watercolors and add any final little tiny details that I'm missing. I just noticed like I didn't do super well with that. We got 2 brushes. I think we're close to doing it. 1 brush, 2 brushes. Oh my gosh, if it rains on me, I swear. I think it's thinking about it. I think it's really thinking about it actually right now. Hey, absolutely not. Absolutely not, weather. No thank you. No thank you. The nice thing is it looks like if it does rain, it's just going to pass right through. But still, come on. Okay, here's this. I think we have to go no clips, because I don't think anything's going to hold it down. And let's, okay, let's give it a go. Maybe if I take like a big honking thick thing, what can I weigh this down with? What do I have? Not much. A water bottle? Will that do? Yeah, or how about a rock? Let's just use a rock. There's plenty of rocks up here. There we go. This looks like a good rock. We're gonna use this rock. Okay, let the watercolor begin. And so help this weather if it rains on me once more. Okay, I'm just gonna zip this over. So you can have a little view here. So a lot of this is gonna be just quick little sketches. We are gonna be doing a lot of the sky, perhaps. What am I missing? What should I actually put in here? Okay. I don't mean to alarm anybody. I don't mean to alarm anybody, myself included, but I believe that this is snow. I think it is snowing again. I'm still almost too hot from a minute ago, and now it's snowing. I'm so confused. But I think so is the weather. All right. Well, here we go. Let's give it a try. We're going to start by just adding little bits into this. I feel like I need more rocks too. Let's get some more of those. Here we go. That's a good rock. Put one of those right here. Also, for my sky, I think I'm going to add a little bit of, just a little bit of boundary. Just like that. Kind of nice sometimes to have. And now it's sunny. This is snow. These little white flakes are snow, but it's now sunny with rain coming, but it is in the sun and it's almost too warm and it's still snowing. How does any of this make sense? I don't understand Colorado. Okay, so we have some mountains. Let's add the sky in first. So here we go. Here's a little bit of that sky. And it's really here. So a little bit of the sky. It is going to be wet on wet because it is so dry out here. And you can see. Maybe you can't. It is snowing. Look at this. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing the snow? Okay, we got some very interesting sky right here. So I'm just adding some kind of indigo, a little bit of indigo, mostly toward the base of these mountains. Let's see, there's a couple that have snow on them, so I can kind of do that. Mostly toward the base of these mountains right here. And then if you look up there, you'll see all of this, just so much of this landscape is kind of everything. It's cloudy and there's blue sky. It is snowing and it's sunny. So what I'm going to do is kind of just get some of these base colors in just right now. And then add a bit of water, kind of pull them up just a touch. And eventually, once we're ready, I'm going to come into the top with just a little bit of some blue sky. But not much, because it's like, what is even happening today? There we are. Okay. And now let's add some blue. Here comes that. So this blue, take just a little bit of this, really get it nicely in. And then up here, we're just going to layer that in. This blue sky, if you can kind of look up, it's very kind of, might even add a touch of darker blue too, but it's very direct, but this is going to create that kind of lovely sort of cloudy sky look, especially if I'm kind of a little feathered on those edges, sort of like what we see up there. There we go, just like that. There we are. Same up here. Little, just a touch of blue sky, surrounded by the snowstorms that are just blowing in. So confused. That's all right. It's kind of my MO. Rinsing that off, adding a little bit more. Just some probably indigo or something up here. Kind of contrast that in. Big sound over there. I think that was a plane. I don't think that was thunder. Hard to tell though. Very hard to tell. Okay, so here we go. This is our stormy weather right here. Oh, and here comes the snow. It's like a gust of snow. It's got to be 70 degrees on my back, and there's just like snowflakes. Very confusing, but delightful, I suppose, at the same time. All right, so there's a little bit of our sky. I'm gonna need a bigger rock, I think, to start holding stuff down. So let's grab one of those. Maybe that one looks good. Yeah, you're good. You're okay. Ooh, you're very fragmented. Oh, that's too big. Nope, that's not gonna do. I need oh, there we go. That's it. Yep, that's it. Look at this nice purple rock. Oh yeah, that's gonna hold some paper down. There we go. Okay, right here. Get to stay there. And you, dearest other rock, you get to go here. And once this is dry, which I think is basically now, I want you to add a touch more of any like last minute kind of indigos or whatever you need for those kind of slightly darker layers. I'll add those now. Well, that's just a hint of dry. Honestly, this weather's so dry. This is probably bone dry anyway already. But we're just gonna add a little bit of this in there, and then we're gonna use that water to kind of pull it up and move it around. I like to do two layers of that darkness. The first layer being kind of that initial look, and then the second layer being that slightly dark. I feel like that really feels very sky to me a lot. There we go, just like that. There you have it. Okay, a little bit of sky. Now this is only like one half of the panorama. We will be getting into the other half here very shortly. No, not very shortly. Sorry, it's not gonna be shortly at all. We're gonna get into the other half of the panorama in like way too long. But this is a good start, and we have more sky to come. There we are. All right, that should be just fine. So with that, let's get up here. Once I can kind of safely put a rock over the top of some of these, I will be doing so, and then we'll be working on some of these. As you can see right over there, that is kind of I don't know, it's this very fascinating landscape. We're going to start with kind of these slightly more shady sides. Like there's just a touch of shadow on that snow, and that's what we're going to put in. Just a little bit right there, not too much, but just enough. There we are. And this will serve as just this great way to see through kind of the blankness that is all that snow. There you go, a little bit right there. And the beauty is that it's going to dry more or less instantly. Very convenient. Same with over here. We got a little bit of some of this snow. I've moved just a little bit, so it's slightly different, but this landscape is moving on me too, so I don't feel too bad. There we are. And once I get a lot of this kind of sketched in, then I'll kind of keep on moving forward. It's just like this initial one. Sometimes I will put little patches of like light blue where I do want there to be snow, and it's a bit of a marker. It's kind of a reminder of like, oh yeah, right, there's going to be some snow there. Don't fill this in. Bit of a placeholder. Okay, that is going to need to be rocked here in just a moment, if I can be so bold. And actually, speaking of snow, lightness, while I'm at it, I might just add a touch of just a little bit to this tree trunk, just to get it there and let it dry. Although, to be real, Colorado's so dry, I might not even work on any of that. Like, by the time I, look back at it, it's dry. So here we go. Here's a giant rock. We're just gonna place that right there. And we're gonna scoot this giant rock over and see if that can kind of flatten stuff out. Yeah, not bad. And now we're gonna place a very tiny rock right here, because why not? It's kind of a rocky day. And right down here is going to be our next little thing that we sketch in. Perhaps. Yeah, I think so. Actually, let's get some stuff up here, I think. Just scoot that rock over, just a scotch. Okay, so here we go. So this right here is this right over there. So you can kind of see all that mountain, like all that stuff is just this cacophony of color and shape and all of this. So we're gonna get real close here, and let's see how it turns out. Let's start with the light stuff. We have a little bit of some brown. I'm mixing it with a bit of yellow because the tops of these mountains are actually quite bright. They have this lovely lightness to them. So we're just going to add a little bit of that, kind of pull it down. And before it dries, I'm going to add more colors because it is all of the colors all at once. So I want that gradation. So I'm going to move this over just a little bit, but then before I go too far, I'm going to add some purple or some blue, because that's what I'm seeing over there. It kind of goes into this grayness, almost this sort of gray zone. And then the contrast around those little pieces of snow are pretty steep. So once I have that purple in, that like slightly darker color, actually I'm going to mix purple with brown. There we go. I'm going to create kind of a gray. Once I have this sort of slightly darker gray, then that's when I'm going to be kind of carving out these little snow pockets, if you will. So just a little bit there. That is actually way too dark. Let's add some more purple in there. If something is too dark, you can always just add more water. Let it run. There you are. Okay, same up here. We have what I'm seeing is this like kind of big piece coming down. There we are. It's gonna happen slowly, but it works. It does work. Touch more purple. I might even be adding some brown up here too if I'm feeling brave. So got a little bit there, and then there's another one of these kind of big patches. Some of what I kind of try to do is sort of squint a little bit. So while I'm sketching, if I'm doing my job, kind of what I do is I sort of squint at the page. So let me just scoot that up here for you. So what I kind of do is I sort of squint at the page a little bit. So a lot of it is sort of just looking up, squinting, looking down, looking back up, squinting. But it allows me to kind of see the values, and the values are like the big picture. You sketch the big picture before you sketch the little picture. It's very important to do. And that's what I'm trying to do right here. To some moderate success. Okay, we just got a little bit here. Now we're kind of in the zone. Fortunately, everything is bone dry. I mean, it is absolutely bone dry. A little bit over the edge. Okay, there we are. I would like to point out now that the squall has appeared to have passed. We just a light snowstorm, I guess, and then we're through with it, and now we're back to whatever we're doing. Just normal stuff. And I'm going to add just a little bit into this kind of grayness, and then we're going to be moving kind of through. Trying to go fast, but you just want to linger. You just want to linger at these places. It's so beautiful. Okay, a little bit on the edge, and here's some of these. So there's these big patches that kind of move down through, just like that. And then you have these couloirs. So these kind of funny things, I just need to make sure that I don't carve them in. It's like the big features are the ones you kind of need to hit, and then everything else you can kind of fudge a little bit. A little bit of dry brushing, perhaps, so you kind of get this sort of effect. That'll do just fine. There we are. A little bit up here, a little bit over here, into those couloirs. And, I kind of messed them up a little bit, but that's fine. Splatters are your friend here too. Like a hint of rocks will go a lot further than just like actually getting every single detail. And it's faster too. There we are. Done. Same down here. Okay, and with that, we'll now move on to a little bit of this part over here. After a quick little granola break here in 1 second. Okay, this little spot right here. Gotta get this mountain nice and happy. All those little splotches, all those little spots. Now we're back down to this one. There we are. And this is going to be a big honking mountain. So we're just going to add lots of water right to the edge. And then we kind of move in. I'm trying to get the colors here. It's kind of funny. Like they have a lot of grays in them. These mountains have a lot of grays, but they have a lot of other colors too. So I'm going to try to do my best here. Maybe it's purple. Maybe it's... What am I actually seeing? It's strange that we can't just pick it out. Like we can't just see a color and see another color and just know. It really takes a bit of thinking and a lot of experimentation. Like right here, we'll just kind of go back down to some of those grays. And then maybe spatter a bit more. Like I said, when in doubt, just spatter it out. It will work out. Ooh, there's more good rhymes. Good rhymes for days. Okay, that's probably enough. Too much, in fact. Okay, back with the brown down here. And so we're running into some of that snow. A little bit more. And then more snow. All right, and then we kind of go into the purples and the grays and the blues. A couple of those, a couple of these. There we have it. Okay. Oh, look at this. Because sometimes the color gets a little overzealous. And you gotta kind of help it move around a little bit. Give it a little bit of the right nudge. Okay. Now can move our rock. Get back into this. And you can kind of see, so right up there is sort of, there's some trees in the way now, but that's sort of what we're looking at way up there. And it's not a bad view, I'll have to say. As much as I've been complaining, pretty awesome spot. Kind of wild not to share it with anybody. But I'll share it with myself. And all of this, of course. Okay, these ones are tiny. You can see these are all just like little patches of stuff. So we're gonna add in a bunch of little patches. We're gonna kind of get into it. So we're gonna go. There's like a little bit here, a little bit there, and it's just like these little spackles almost. If you're brave, you could definitely throw a little bit of some spattering in here. But I'm gonna be adding just a little bit up to the top. And same over here, just a little bit more. Gonna work our way down. A couple over here. And then it starts to connect to purple and blues and grays. So that kind of makes a nice gray. But you'll notice it kind of goes from kind of there's these brown bits in the sun, and then when they start to hit that shadow or some of that other rock, it just gets dark. So I'm gonna add some of that in just while it's still wet, just letting them connect, letting them kind of flow as they do way up there. And once we have just a couple more, I'm gonna add a little bit of some water. That might even splatter it out. Here we go, ready? Flick, flick. You don't want to get it in the sky. There we go, perfect. And with that, we're pretty good on this piece. You can see a lot of this, I'm letting it kind of stay pretty loosey-goosey towards the bottom. Part of that is because I'm lazy, and part of that is I really love that style. Or maybe I just love the style of slightly lazy people. I'm not sure, but we'll figure it out. It doesn't really matter. You like what you like, and that's okay. I think that's an important thing to learn. Everybody's always trying to like make it something that they think people will like, but really the only person who doesn't like it is you. Like that is the only thing that counts. Do you like it? And if so, great. And it doesn't matter much more than that. You don't need to know why. You don't need to have like an art thesis about it, what it means, why it means. You just like it. We all have a good sense of that. Like that's kind of built in. Okay. Over here, we have a little cabin in the woods. We have our little trees, also in the woods. And what I might do is add the rest of these little trees right here, just to get them done, so that we can kind of move on, because this is going to have to go page after page after page after page. So this is a pretty huge panorama. So our timeline has to be a little sped up. Okay, here you go. Look at that. Oh, not that closely. Hold on. Don't look at that. There we go. I'll be holding that. Okay, these trees, we've already put a little bit of color into them. We'll put a little bit more, followed by some tiny bits of kind of these darker shades. These trees are quite dark and actually a little bit brown too. I'm gonna add some of that in there as well. They have some wonderful green in there, but they do have all these other tones. Just like that. There we are. That's good. That feels really good. There's some purples in there too, I believe. Oops, I think I'm seeing some of those. Okay, same up here. Touch of green. And touch of brown. I'm feeling wild, a little bit of indigo, and I'm feeling wild. We're going to do something crazy today. We're painting little trees. This is feeling very Bob Ross. I can literally feel my fro growing right now as we speak. But I don't have like the low V neck yet. There's time though. There's time. Okay, touch of purple now in the bottom of these just to kind of get it there. But also some green. Considering like this hike starts with a gondola ride, I am shocked that there are not more people up here. Maybe it's having like the snowstorm and like all that stuff. Maybe that did it. But still, shocked, I tell you. Okay, a little bit of this tree. When they're kind of in that contrast, they get pretty dark. That indigo is very real. Kind of what is that tree against the snowbank? Way up high. And just like that, here's our edge. Okay. Ta-da! Trees. Check. Now let's move on to this little cabin. So this little cabin will be kind of interesting to sketch. Not quite sure where I'm going to go with it. We'll try something, I suppose. We're always just trying something. I'm going to take a quick gorp break while we wait. Ah. This is really nice. This is really nice. Oh, look! Oh man! Oh. There's no cherry picking, but check this handful out. Look at that. It's like, look at that ratio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 M&Ms to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 peanuts. That's like as good as you can ever hope for. That is amazing. That is good luck. I mean, these signs just painted in loosely. I will be coming back in to give them some letters, but for right now, I can just kind of live there, I suppose. Just a couple more kind of tweaks on some of this, perhaps, and then I think that my best bet is going to be just to let it dry and fold it up, and then move on to the next kind of section, because there's just so much. Okay, a little bit here, a little bit up here. And there we are. Now, in the 10 seconds it takes for that to dry, let's get back to some of this. We have this very cool looking roof. It's got some nice shingles on it. Let's put some of those there. Shingles and bricks and stuff like that are all about adding just a couple. You want kind of some bigger shaded feel, and you want just a couple of the bricks and the roof or the boards. You really want to kind of keep it special almost. This door is actually boarded up, so we'll put a little bit of that there, I suppose. that cabin I could not get into. That's all right. I found a dig and we were fine. Now, if you want to add pen line, that's fine. You can add each of those if you're feeling it. Mostly because we're gonna paint it over, so that's totally fine. No one will really know. Maybe a little bit of some brown, just to have it. Color pencil is great too because when you don't color it all in, it looks really cool that way. That's one of my favorite parts about color pencil, I think, is when it kind of keeps on going when the watercolor stops. Okay, a little bit of some more trees. Technically, they're kind of a couple right there. We'll put those in there just to kind of give them something. There we are. Even having to hear this like slamming of the door, but it is just some massive like piece of, I don't know what you call it, some huge piece of chairlift. Keeps on kind of banging around. Okay, I'm gonna do some dry brushing here, so theoretically dry brushing. It's just gonna be, yeah, it's dry brushing. That's great. It's hard to do dry brushing when it's not dry, but up here everything is dry. So that makes life easy. And this door is kind of this color compared to everything else. Let that pen bleed in a little bit. Kind of works actually right in our favor. And once this is dry, I'm gonna fold this page over, and we're gonna kind of scoot ourselves over a little bit. So I'm gonna take a moment just to kind of stretch, I think. Oh. Ooh. And now it's almost cold enough to put on a puffy jacket. It is cool though. This whole spot is really incredible. Yep, I think it's puffy jacket time. I'm actually quite proud of myself for continuing to go because it's so easy to get so frazzled, especially with weather and art. And I think a lot of times I'll kind of, like, a sketch will go badly or won't quite happen. I'll be like, oh, I don't have time, and I'll kind of quit early. But this, I mean, this looks great. This is really coming to life. And take a little behind the scenes here. Yeah, I really like how this is turning out. But it doesn't work if you quit. But nobody go getting hypothermia or sunstroke on my behalf. Okay, let's I just need to do this. Just giving you a moment with the mountains. Okay, and we're back. Sort of. Let's go scoot this rock over just a little bit. And this looks pretty dry. Oh, that's not dry, but that's all right. How much do I care? Not quite enough to do anything about it. This right here, I should let it dry just a little bit more. Do I have a tissue? That's kind of the real. You can always just speed up the drying process like this. And there you go, dry. Happy day. So let's just kind of scoot this over just a little bit, and we're gonna kind of fold this right there. There we are. And now look at this, whole new kind of section to work on. How convenient. Now all I need to do is just put a massive rock over on this guy. Just like that. And put another massive rock. Oh, where'd my massive rock go? Was it this one? I guess so. I'll put this right here. And let's get right back to it. There you go. So we're going to fill in this guy right now as well. This is going to be kind of a strange one because, well, because we're going to kind of move this way. And it looks like more rain is coming in too. So I'm going to just add, we do have a bit of blue sky up there. So let's add just a little touch of water to start things off. We will move into blue sky, and then we're going to move into that dark rain cloud. So just a little bit of some water here. Here's the watercolor. So just a little bit of indigo right there like this. Kind of coming through, going over. Oh, I should probably put a bit of my pen line. I like skies to kind of be contained a little bit. I like it when the border is broken, but you have to have a border to break a border. There we go, a little bit of that indigo kind of coming up and over. Kind of fill in these trees because they're not so blocky that they're not transparent, just a little bit. There we are. And now we're just going to add a little bit of sky. That blue sky is going to be up here. Just a little bit, but not so much that it's not indigo as well. There you go. So something like this. There you are. Okay. And then comes in the blue sky. So it's a little bit of everything. Kind of reconnects right there. And then came in the blue sky, which is just kind of momentary. But it was still beautiful. And it was right here. And it kind of worked its way up a little bit. It kind of reconnected those clouds. That's fine. I see that water kind of reconnecting. Just going all over the place, but there was just a touch of blue sky, and it was beautiful. There we are, working over, working down. Same over here. Oh, this is gorgeous. There's just something so peaceful too about like the sound of, I'm hearing the wind, I'm hearing just like some of these birds going. Probably the wrong microphone. I'm not sure if you can actually hear too much of that, but it's just really peaceful up here. There's this little block of blue, and then it sort of all fell apart. And then in comes the clouds way up there. So I'm just going to leave a lot of this kind of fluid, moving around a little bit. Maybe even a touch of indigo down here just to kind of show where that started. And we'll get to the rest of that once we turn the page. There we are. Okay, hey, and sun's back. That's something. We got these little trees right here, and then all this kind of kicking its way up, which is really interesting. So I think what we're gonna do is I think I gotta start up here, start with these mountains, and we'll work our way down. But look at this. I mean, this is looking like a landscape. That's up there. That's what we're looking at. Sorry, that very, very, very bright thing. There we go. Okay, so there's our landscape. And then there's kind of what we're basing it off of. So I think we're close. Also, is the paper like way overexposed to you? I'm not quite sure how it's streaming out, but if it's looking too overexposed, let me know. Okay, M&M's. Check. Landscapes. Let's do it. And now it is wild. Exposure on paper looks fun. Thank you, Tina. I appreciate that. Everybody's so polite, they wouldn't tell me if it was bad. There we are. Okay. Just like that, we have kind of this little streaky piece right there. These right here are going to kind of come in next. We'll add a little bit of this trunk. Same with the other. You can see kind of just the hodgepodge of colors as they slowly mix across the palette. This trunk right here too. We'll just add both of those up. And I think what it's time to do is add some of these light colors to this tree. So this tree right here, we're going to add just some of kind of those lighter branches. But when they're up close like this, they have kind of two versions. They have this right here, which is sort of nice, bright, light. Kind of see them a little bit, branches. And then there's the ones right behind them that are very dark and kind of give them the contrast and the shape that is the tree. So we'll start with these as kind of a two-part series. Step one, these nice light branches. If you do them all dark at the same time, it makes them look sort of flat a little bit, I find. That should be plenty, something like that. There's a couple here, maybe even two. Also a good opportunity to do some little tree flicks. Just a couple little bits right there. We'll add a couple of these in here, right up here, just right right there. Well, these are significantly darker trees. I don't know what's going on, but maybe they're just like a little bit more dense. I'll just add those there though for a start. And I might even add some of these trees in as well while we're on the green kind of kick. Just because those trees behind them are very, very, very dark and kind of, maybe the shadow, maybe it's the type of tree, whatever it is. These ones definitely have a bit more green in them. It also means that you can kind of create these effects with the trunks, adding a bit of brown down here. And then when I come in with those darker tones, I'll be able to almost carve out a trunk, which will look pretty cool. The real question is, have I bitten off more than I can chew with this time lapse? Or not time lapse, this landscape. And the answer might be yes, but we'll find out. I'm very inspired. It's so like there's so much here. So I feel this is like the story of this whole year is like I feel very inspired, so I end up biting off more than I can chew. And then sometimes pull it off and sometimes sort of flounder a little bit. But it's amazing how these places can kind of make you take risks. Some good and some bad. Sometimes it's too much of a risk. Sometimes you shouldn't try to do something you've never done before in a crazy situation with lots of people, and if you just done something simple, it would have worked out. But also sometimes, that's exactly what you need is the thing to inspire you to take the risk. And for like some of these skiers and some of these films, it's like a mountain, but also sometimes it's art, it's the thing that you're like, I don't care if this turns out badly. I just have to paint. I have to do it. So that's what this is. This is probably the biggest panorama I've ever made, ever. But you see a place like this and you're like, whoa, of course you would. Okay, we're going to add a little bit of purple to the top of these mountains. What makes you take risks artistically? What is the thing that makes you want to like risk, to be bold, do something that you could fail at, but then, you never would have done beforehand. A little bit of this up here. A little bit of brown. Okay, so I'm just adding some of the last little pieces here of this range. But the thing is, like, these mountains just keep on going and going and going, which is really kind of funny. It's like they just don't stop. They just do not stop. Okay, right there. That's looking pretty good. Whew. Now, just gotta add some of these pieces. We've got some of these trees that are in need of sketching. So let me turn this around so you can actually see what I'm looking at. So here, this is the section where I'm going to add kind of these darker trees in, and it's going to be kind of a lot, but I think it's worth it. So we're going to just put some water on, slather it in a little bit, and with this, we're actually going to do kind of a mix of purple and green. So they are green, so I'm going to start with some green. They're quite dark too. And then I'm going to add some blue. So I'm trying to show that darkness. They're very much kind of in the shadows, and I'm not sure if it's because of the contrast of the mountains behind them, or if they are just more in the shadows. They're just darker trees, but there's a little bit of everything. So we're adding some of that kind of nice blue-green kind of look right there. Get a little bit up toward the top. There we are. Just out of curiosity, from a streaming perspective, do you find things better when it is the chaos of trying to get something set up or something? Is it more interesting when something goes wrong, or when things are well set up and just kind of cozy? Like, what is the ideal moment that you're looking for in a stream? The chaos or the cozy? Asking for a friend. Right there. A little bit more green. Touch more blue. And then this is where I gotta kind of carve out these trees. There we are. Okay, moving in. These little trees kind of up to the top. And then we're going to try to kind of repeat the same down here as well, if we can. You'll notice it's already wet. I mean, it is just all or dry. I mean, this happens so fast here. This is kind of bonkers. There we are. And then a little bit more down below. Whew. For some reason, this feels extra exhausting. I think it's just like all these little trees or these little details, but it's working. Like this is very much kind of this is very much the feel of those trees, especially with the way that it's kind of the way it blooms and moves. I mean, this feels very accurate, which is great. Just gotta kind of stick with it just a little longer. And then I'm kind of going in here, being relatively judicious. Kind of trying to give everything a little bit of room, but it's a background, so we still need it. A little bit on the side. There we go. Okay. Trees. Check. Almost. Got these big ones too, so we gotta kind of get a little bit of the, gotta move a little bit more. Make this kind of some nice dark green, something like this. There we go. There's that, and there is that. Okay. This middle section is probably going to be one of the hardest. I think the other section will go pretty fast because we have all that kind of cloud to sketch in. So even though it's a big mountain range, I think that middle section, which you can kind of see like way up here, like these mountains, I think will actually go pretty quick because it's so kind of wet on wet. It'll be just like one big fast watercolor. But this little section, this feels like the detail that we kind of need. Okay, a little bit here, a little bit there. And now we just need some in here. Now, I like this bloom, so I'm actually gonna leave this piece right here alone. So there's some of these where you don't want to add too much. And some of it where you do. Okay, a couple of those. Now let's go right back to these trees and this cabin. So right here, we've got this little tiny cabin here that we're gonna need to add some color to. The outer edge is gonna be just a little bit light. Maybe we add some of those right now. But it's all pretty dark. So I'll add just a little bit of maybe purple, some brown. It's going to be a slightly darker tone. That should be just fine. And then let's add some brown or something like that down here. But it's not brown. It really is kind of more indigo. It's much darker. So we'll just kind of... This would be kind of the initial base color. There you are. And then maybe a touch behind this tree as well. It's okay for the cabin to kind of be a little obscure. A little bit on the top. That's too much blue, but that'll do. And let's add just a couple shingles. Just a little bit. We could do this with pencil. It'd be a lot easier. Look a lot cleaner, but I want that watercolor look. So I'm just gonna do a couple shingles. Like this. Something like that. There we are, and then I'll kind of brush some of these out, and I'll show you how I'll do that. So we've got all of this kind of a little bit the shingly way, but then when I brush some of these out, I'll just use a little bit of water and just kind of pull a few like this. So that way they don't end too harshly with anything. It'll kind of, yeah, it should kind of give this feel of, there you go, something like that. I like that. That should do just fine. All right, into these trees. These trees are dark. We're going to start with brown, then we're going to go black or indigo, and then we're going to touch in with purple. So here we go. This is a little bit of this tree. Right here, this is the brown portion. Mix out some purple and blue, actually. We're just going to go full dark. A little bit here. If you mix brown and blue, you get what is known as a dark. It's not like a color necessarily, because each different color is gonna mix a different kind of dark and all of that. But in watercolor layman's terms, it's just a dark, from what I understand. So I'm just mixing a nice little dark here, and once we get something, We just add a little bit more right here. Especially when it kind of crosses the tree. Maybe I want to kind of Goldilocks this, where we kind of have like a middle ground. So maybe there's like a dark green, and then we go like full on indigo. So I might have got a little too much too quick, but we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. Trees are pretty forgiving things. Sort of. Okay, also, for some reason, I'm just seeing comments now. Let me... Un momento. I'm hearing some talk about snacks. How did I miss all of these? So strange. Okay, well, you know what? I've got to apologize because I didn't see any of these. Okay, sorry. Wow, my dad was on an hour ago. Shoot. A belated hello, Dad. When is my film showing? Film is showing tomorrow night. So we're gonna show the film tomorrow night. It's been a wild week of filming stuff anyway, so that's been going on. What do we have here? Lovely colors. Thank you, Snark. Here we see the artist stranded in the wild, foraging for nuts. Yes, we most certainly do. The snacks are very yummy. This is going to be going. I am definitely going to need something delicious when I get done. Nothing makes you hungry like sitting for a very long time. And I like it all, including the chaos. More of an adventure instead of having everything perfect. Okay. So the chaos is okay. That definitely helps. Thank you. All right. Well, sorry about that. Hi, Twitch. I'll just leave these comments on. Okay. Batteries seem fine. Motors seem fine. We'll leave a tiny bit of snack. But I think what's going on right now, it's going to be to finish up our little building. All right, here we go. So let's add a little bit of that middle ground here. I'm going to touch up a little bit on here, a little bit there, a little bit here. Same over there. We'll come back in with some other features there. Maybe a little bit of brown even. And we're just going to kind of lay that in right there. Just like that. Laying it in. There we go. Same over here. Just laying it up all the way. Laying it up all the way. Okay. Down here. There we are. And good to hear. This is Silas's big brother. Oh, hey, Silas's big brother. Are you also a painter? Silas has been like putting some mad watercolors down. It's super, super cool. Is that like, is art something your whole family has? Okay, here we go. A little bit of this right in here. A little bit of some purple. We're going to do this one relatively dark. This is going to be, we're going to kind of mix this on here, but that's fine. Just like that. And we're going to kind of try to fill it in, but leaving some space for color. You can kind of see with how the brown went on. Same deal. Got a little bit of color already. And now we're just adding some of that indigo. Right there, because we did everything earlier, we're in good shape. And I'm just going to kind of pull some of this down because I want it kind of, I don't know, I want it sort of to fade into the background a little bit, but maybe also into itself. I actually really like that. I think that'll do just fine. Next is going to be a little bit of these. Gotta add one of those. And then let's add some of these boards here. So board. Just kind of pulling them down one step at a time. Perfect. Or at least good enough. That'll work. We'll kind of scoot over here. I'm going to try to get most of this done, I think is kind of what I'm aiming for right here. Is just to kind of get a good chunk of this done, because I think the next 4 that we're on to will kind of round us out. So here we go. A little bit of some of these nice dark colors. Purple, indigo, blue, a little bit of everything. Start with green perhaps even. And I'm going to kind of lay some of these in here. And by ignoring certain little patches, it kind of creates a little bit of those tree trunks. So there we go, just like that. Now you got kind of a tree trunky situation, because we kind of had that brown earlier. Not always necessary, but kind of a cool look. I don't know, I think. What do you think? Okay, right here, right there. A little bit of these in here. We're just gonna kind of fuss just a little bit. Not too much, just a tiny bit of fussing. Especially when you come in with a bit of something darker too. That should really kind of pull it together. Now, would I prefer to be watching a movie right now in a nice, air-conditioned theater with some snacks? This is the question. But I think this is about as good as it gets. And we're going to be up here until it's done. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. That turned out great. Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. Now let's go kind of dive into some of these trees straight up top and just quickly add the last little bits of color that we need, the last little bits of kind of tree branch. And then we got to put more sunscreen on. Please somebody remind me. If I don't put sunscreen on the next 2 minutes or something like that, get on my case. I am so pale that you could pull white balance off of my legs or something like that. If I took off my shirt, I would overexpose the camera. So we just got to make sure we are thoroughly sunscreened. Ah, you have 0 painting skill. Okay, so your brother stole it. My brother took all the music skill as long as my sister. They are multiple instrument, multiple musical talent, and I like music, but they just took it. They just took all of it. It's not nearly fair when siblings do that. You should maybe you don't need to play 4 instruments. Maybe just take 2 of them. Leave 1. I don't need many instruments. I need 1. Well, you gotta learn all of them. That's all right. I got visual arts. You can fight me on that. Okay, a little bit here, a little bit up top. See, kind of working our way up. I really like how this turned out. I've got to admit, this feels very right. And then we have our little boards. Just gotta add a little bit right here, a little bit right there. And just a chunk across. I haven't seen too much in the way of wildlife. Yesterday there was a bear at the gondola. So that was exciting. Didn't really see it too much, but apparently it was there. It was like right when I was doing some painting and things. So I was too busy looking to people instead of the bear. That was like a chunkin' brown bear down by the gondola. So that's exciting. But there is quite a lot of wildlife here. I should probably pay more attention. Oh, he's a photographer, so he takes pictures and then I paint them. Oh, so you got a good thing going. That's great. That's very cool. All right, cool. So it's good to have siblings then. Gotta find uses for the siblings. Okay, here we go. Just adding a little bit of the last little bits to this tree. And just like that, we are almost. Just like that, we're almost finished with this. Almost this section. Okay, we'll add in the last little pieces of that in just a second. But I think this right here is done, which means that I can do one of these. Grab a rock, place a rock, grab a rock, place a rock, and let's see, what do we have next? Oh my gosh, look how much there's left. What was I thinking? Look at all this. Where does this end? Here? Here? What am I doing? What am I doing? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more pages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, in that case, let's get some of this done. Okay, so let's do some of this. Okay, so I need to get some of these mountains in. They're kind of hazy, so that's gonna be easy. They're just like a little bit of this. I'll just add a touch of, I'll just add a touch of something later. Some water probably. Got a bit of some hazy mountains. There we are, and then a bit of water as they mist down. We're about to get into like this section. Like this is what we're looking at right now. Things are a bit more hazy, a little bit more watery. The clouds are a little bit more obscuring, which will move things faster. It's this detail right here that can be sort of the tough thing to negotiate sometimes. Although that doesn't not look like a rain cloud coming my way, if I'll be honest. And I can be honest with you. Okay, so now I need some of this, and I love like right here, this kind of bloom. That's my favorite bit. So I'm gonna see if I can kind of do some of that in here. A bit of water right down here. Here we are, just like that. And then a little bit of some green. It's a lot of green. Oh, that's quite a lot of green. We'll pull some from this way too, I suppose. Unless this is going to be light and messy, because I'll come in and kind of carve it up. A little bit of green right here. And then let's add, I don't know, some gray. Kind of feels like there's a lot of gray and browns in this. So let's add a bit of gray, a bit of brown, all while it's still wet. There you go. Maybe even a little bit of purple. Maybe even a little bit of blue. And then we'll get into the actual blues down here. There we go. Okay. So that is looking pretty swell. I'll take it. Now we're going to move up right here to this little thing. We got just a little bit of this tower. And I'm going to add that in right now just to kind of give it we're going to do kind of a two-phase approach. We're going to do a bit of light gray and then a bit of dark. So the bit of light gray is sort of the tower, just like this. Got these little ski bits. This is a ski lift, after all. And I actually love that. So I might not add anything else, but I probably will. We'll see. I reserve the right to switch stuff up. There's a little tower, and then of course we have these trees. So as soon as these dry, they'll dry very soon. Let's add maybe a bit of you want a bit of more water into these. Just see if we can kind of spark something interesting. Something like that, maybe. Try it out, see what happens. As soon as this dries, we're just going to add in this big part, these little trees, and then we're done with this section, and then it's off to the next 6. It's 2, but we're cooking here. This is gonna be a long one. Probably should have brought more lunch. Also, look at my nice little excavator over there, just hanging out. It's being a good little excavator. Perhaps one of the best little excavators. It also looks like I'm at like some fancy house, but I am very much not allowed up in there. So I'm like, what I'm trying to say is I'm kind of like in the wilderness. It's kind of a big deal. I'm a little bit of an adventurer, you might say. Even though it looks like I'm next to a mansion. All right. Here we go. Now next, I just need a little bit of this. We'll kind of scoot this down. We're moving this over. Ooh, hold on. Don't you do that. Wait, where's my rock? Where's my holding rock? 1 holding rock. 2 holding rocks. Okay. Just put that right there. Oh, don't do that. Okay, there we go. There's our second holding rock. What I'll need is this to be dry enough for me to work on these. That feels dry. Those don't really feel too dry, but you know what? Let's go for it. Let's see what happens. So here comes kind of some strong color. I'm gonna add a little bit of green right now just to kind of give it a loose basis of something. But actually, those right there, that is, how I'm looking at it, that is those kind of far off hills. So actually, those have some brown in them. Those do have green, but their trees are much less green and much more kind of purpley and blue. So I'm going to add just a little bit of my brown. And there's even some snow, if I look correctly. So I'm going to add a bit of this. And then we're going to add a little bit of these trees up here. These trees are much darker. We are able to kind of add a little bit of that. There we are. And let's kind of fade them down, maybe with a bit of blues. We'll see. Touch these blues. We're going to kind of add up to the top, just like that. There we are. I love these kind of dark, I don't know, kind of almost sea, like deep sea blue. Especially when you then kind of pull it down into the shadows. So here it is. It's like these trees are all in shadow, just like that. Something like that. And then when you add some water, it just kind of morphs down into all these other different colors and shades. It's wonderful. Okay, then a touch of green. Just for gags, you know. Same deal over here. We got little trees, and then they kind of just scoot their way up. A little bit here, a little bit there, And they kind of just scoot their way up, giving this some more shape and context. There we are. And now gotta add some of these. So these are those trees way up there. You can kind of see like those are kind of what I'm looking at. So let's do those some justice. Those are actually quite dusty almost. They're purple and they're brown. Yeah, there we go. That's kind of this tree's color. But then these trees that are a little closer to us kind of work well. There's that, and then right over the top, you can have a bunch of them. A bunch of these little trees just pouring over the top. There we are. And zoom in here so you can actually see these details. So right there, you can see all right. There we have it. We're getting there. This is coming together beautifully. Thank you, Jen. Yeah, this is potentially the biggest panorama I've ever done. So I'm not quite sure what I was thinking. But as you can see, there's 2 pages beyond this one, I believe, already. There's these 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I have 6 more to go after this. But these other ones I'm thinking are going to be a little quicker. I'm hoping. We're also moving, and there's no rainstorms coming so far, and things are going pretty good. So I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic. How is the movie? A little bit here, a little bit there. I'm doing good for time. Oh, great. I'm glad to hear it. The real question is, am I doing good for weather? I can see these clouds building too. These zones over here, that's a high up cumulonimbus. And do you see that rain kind of coming down over there? So we'll hope we can kind of outlast it just a little bit. That's all I need to do is just get 6 more pages done, and then we're in good shape. So here we go, a little bit up here, a little bit over there. Here's kind of our initial greens. We're going to come in with some very, much darker stuff here in just 1 second. Actually, I'm going to scoot this over right here. Let's see if I can fill this one in as well. I got to make sure to capture, maybe you can see it, but these pine cones are just all, these trees are just mostly pine cone. Which I think is a sign of stress. I think a lot of times when trees think the end is near, they kind of pine cone up. Hardcore, kind of quick, pass on, sort of send your babies out. And so I'll definitely have to put a big bunch of those in. But also, I think I just make pine cones because it's sort of fun. It's a biological official term, I believe. Okay, now I'm so close. Once I'm done with this, then we are moving on to sunscreen. I told you to hold me to it. Nobody's held me to it, but that's okay. You just obviously don't care about my well-being or health. We just got to get a little bit of this here, a little bit of this there. All right, now here comes round 2. This is going to be the darker stuff. We've got a little bit of indigo, perhaps. Oh no, actually, this is going to be our pine cone. Here's our opportunity. A little bit of zoom in here for you. A little bit of some browns, and then we're just going to kind of layer them up here. So we'll kind of go plop, plop, plop. And we'll let them kind of mix in because they are going to be It's sort of part of that tree. There's like little bunches of them. Same with this one. We're just going to add some little layers kind of at the tip of the branch. I do love a little bit of that brown in the green. I feel like it gives this like great little bit of contrast. The warm with the cool. The green and red are a classic combination because of winter, but brown and green is just delightful. Or at least a warm shade with green. Just delightful. Okay. Now let's maybe add just a touch of something for the trunk, which are actually kind of gray in this case. And without further ado, I think it might be time to finish these trees up. Nope, actually it's time to add the last little bit of color here. Okay, there we go. That's looking great. Cool. Oh, we're getting close. We're getting close now. Okay, this one right here, we just got to get these trees. When you look at it from above, you can kind of tell, like, because the contrast of these trees, is the ones that are close to you really have some wonderful shadows. So we're gonna do that right now. A little bit of indigo, a little bit of purple, a little bit of blue. Sunscreen, yes. Okay, thank you. Good reminder. Okay, trees, then sunscreen. Thank you, Helen. There we go. A little bit of these. And we're just kind of, especially towards the top. I mean, it's like an eye thing. It's like a camera thing, but check it out. Like the trees, when you look at them, they are no less green on the top. But for some reason, the top is just so silhouetted. It's just like this dark silhouette. It's the same tree. It's the same outline. I'm sure if you went and got the needles, they'd be the exact same color. But because of that contrast, they're just dark, dark, dark. So that's kind of how you play it. And then I'll bring that shadow down and kind of use those shadows throughout the rest. Okay, there we go. And a little bit here. That's lovely. Okay. There we go. That is a pine tree. Just for you. Now here comes another. Same deal. They're just darker up top. There's that. And we'll just get a little bit more color and then fill this one right in. And there you have it. There we go. 2 trees. Whew. Okay, sunscreen time. Let's do this. It's really on my face that needs it, but that's what'll get you. Ooh. Oh my gosh. Oh, the arms, the legs. Feel nice and stiff. Sort of very, shake it all out. spritz some of this on, and then the next big push here. I should do, I think. Let's close that up there. All right, I think it's time. You're supposed to eat before you're hungry and drink before you're thirsty. So, time for the last M&Ms. 2 M&Ms, 7 peanuts, 2 raisins, 2 almonds, and that should get us through this next bit. Whew. Oh, it's not too fast. Almost fell over. Okay. We can do it. Probably something on my hands too, shouldn't I? That'd be a bad thing to burn. Oh, now they're nice and shiny. Look at that. That's like a, oh, I can't see. There you go. Nice shiny hands. I'm sure people pay huge amounts of money for like beauty products to get nice shiny hands. That's like the cool thing to do, I bet. Okay, so we have all of this. I need to charge a few things. Suppose I'll do that right now. Then while I'm at it, let's just chords for days. And then while I'm at it, let's go finish up the last little bits of this sketch. Wow, lots of chords. Glad it's not a thunderstorming potential anymore. It's a little freaky. Whoa. Okay, sunscreen has been done. Thank you, Helen, for the reminder. Now let's finish this puppy up. Okay, so as you'll see, we have a little bit of all of this. Let me show you what let's see what it kind of looks like all together now. This. Okay, so a little bit of water first. Oh man, this is so beautiful. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. There we go. Rocks. So here's what we have so far. We've got sort of this 2-piece, just right here, which is a pretty good look. Like when you know, that's not a bad start. But what we have left to do is not nothing. What we have left to do is all of this stuff. Scoot this down. Is all of this stuff. And this is like that big mountain kind of look. So I think my plan is to kind of do that like with the big brush. And we're gonna see if it's doable. I don't know. I'm looking at it, and what I'm here. Look what I'm. Let me show you. Thank you. I think it is looking good. I do think it's got some real potential. I'm not gonna throw it away probably. But then this way out here is just like look at how like the background is so much lighter than the foreground. which is like got this kind of darkness. So there's like some blueness back there. And I think you could do that all in kind of one single go. So I think, whoa, hey, no. Stay put. Hey, no. Nope. Stop it. No, wait, stop. Oh, boy. Put this down. In short, attempts are going to be made. Okay, so you are done, and you are done. Big rock and just go squash you again. Marathon painting, I'll say. Technically, what is this? 12 big paintings in a row. I should learn how to slow down a little bit. Okay, I'll be right back. I think I'll go grab. Do you have a microphone? Here, can you all babysit the paints? Don't let them fly away, please. I'll be right back. Okay. Boom. I came in the art flowing in the wind, seemingly atop a mountain, gorgeous. Oh yes, what a moment. What a day. What a day. Alright, so I need this. So I click this button, and then I need to switch out this for this. You know it's a big like art day when you have to switch out microphones halfway through. Okay, is this working? Let's see if I find out. Is it working? Do we have, yep, we have microphone. There we go. Hot diggity. Exciting day. Just gonna pull this up. It is definitely kind of sun shirt kind of weather. That's what it is. And, we both have to be at the Palm by 4 now. Ah, I see. So what I'm hearing is I have 1 hour to finish up this sketch. Okay. You ready to do this? Here we go. All right. 1 hour. 6 pages. Mostly landscape. Oh boy. This is going to be fun. Oh boy. So I'm going to start by doing these two just so they're connected, which means step 1, squashing this with this. Step 2, maybe I can do less or more. Let's see if this is there. Yeah, let's do this. I'm just going to push this off. Those pages get to do whatever they want in the wind. Float or fly. No, they don't actually. Let me go squash them with some more rocks. Sit, stay. And this page gets to be right here. It's a little insane. 6 pages in one time? Yes. You hear very well. We've got this. All right. Well, here we are. Step 1. Look at the painting. No, are you kidding? We're like step 10 right now. Okay, I'm gonna do a little time lapse because I just love the look of being able to see it come together, and it's like you're so in it when you do this. It's just one page after the next, after the next, after the next. I can do this. Okay, I believe you. let's do this. Well, first, let me just fuss with some camera equipment. Everybody's favorite thing. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna put this right here. Pull this up. Just like that, so I can see nicely. Okay. So, sky. Let's do sky. And why don't you come on over with me? Here, come here. I gotta show you this. So, we'll just click you in here. Or should I get you nice and high up? Well, yeah, it's kind of cool. You can kind of see a little bit of this. This is mostly locked in. Okay, so we're doing the sky first. And this is going to be some big stuff. Just so you know, like we want all of this to kind of be uniform-ish. So that's why this is going to be kind of exciting. So there's very little kind of blue sky. There is blue sky. I do technically see some. But there's very little, and these mountains in particular are just getting sort of hammered in a beautiful way. So there's this, and then there's these with that mountain right there. So let's add some of the blueness right here. That is that. And these mountains are just, there is blue, but they're kind of shady blue. So I might actually just put almost entirely cover everything here with off-white. Because when you look up, it's not perfect white. It is off-white. It's shaded, as opposed to up front right here. This has some off-white, but it's much more blue, significantly more bright, because it's not really in the shade and it's not so far away. So here we go, a little bit right there, lovely, and just a touch up toward the top as well. Send the timer. I need this done in 1 hour. Let's do this. I think that's doable. Same here. And the reason I'm putting this there too is because the mountains, no matter how kind of dark this snow is, are still going to be lighter than these dark clouds. So that's why I'm kind of adding in a bunch of this. Okay, here we go. That'll do. Now next, we have a lot of these trees, which are actually brighter than what you'd expect. So there's quite a bit of this kind of brightness. So I'm going to add a little bit of that green here, a green there. And we're just going to kind of full down on these. And I'm just going to move this. Let's see. Grabbing this. Put this the wrong way. There we go. Now you can see. I'm adding some brown in there too, just to kind of get a loose little bit. And not going to be too afraid of letting this be sort of flowy, especially up here. Same deal. Once the sun and the clouds start to be filled in on the top, I think this is really going to come to life. But it's going to look all naked until then. Is this panoramic? This is the biggest of panoramics. This is in fact the biggest panorama I've ever done. So yeah, Bo, it is a. Oh wait, Bo, Beau. How do I pronounce your name? I feel like it could go many ways. Okay, and then up here we have the clouds. Now, I think we could almost go for the clouds. I'm going to wait just a second to go for the clouds because I don't want these to kind of get sucked up in there, but it's close. It's getting really close. What I will start doing is adding in some of these little bits of kind of tan and sort of melted snow spots. There are actually several of those that kind of move their way down. Bow's perfect. Oh, great. I'm really bad with names, so what I've started to do lately is just ask. Like, I'll know everything about a person before I remember their name. Like, everything about a person. And then at that point, it's too embarrassing to ask what their name is, because, like, you know, you've hung out a bunch and you know what their favorite ice cream flavor is. So what I'm trying to do is just, like, it just takes so much mental space to, like, think on what avoid asking somebody's name, or you can only use, like, hey, you, so many times. So that's kind of where I'm at now. It is working moderately well. Mine is a phonetic jumble away. It's a bit of a curse. Curses can be fun. Nothing wrong with a good curse. Okay, a little bit of this now here. So you see we're kind of adding all these like little layers, these little dots, because there is this big amount of kind of snow that sort of gets pulled down. Same over here. And I'm really just kind of waiting for that sky to open up so that I can start to paint it. That is like my main, that's like the main thing I'm kind of waiting to do. Oh, and here comes the wind to go mess with us. Okay, a little bit of purple over here. What I'm missing is mostly going to be, I think it's mostly that sky. Now I'm going to run a finger over it. We're just going to test. That all feels pretty dry. That feels pretty dry and pretty good. So I'm just going to scoot this here, and let's do some sky. So you can see I have a little bit of blue over there, but this is just this massive storm system that is kind of dumping. So I'm going to add a little bit of this, which is going to be sort of the initial bit of the sky. I may continue some of that blue over. We'll see. I'll consider it. Something kind of like this. But I'm watching the sky just dump on these mountains back here. So I'm going to kind of try to show that storm kind of moving and blurring this landscape. Love the purples. They are so, I don't know, I can't not see them anymore. You know, it's like they're there, but it's like, it's once you start to see them, it is so hard to not see them in everything now. Okay, a little bit up here. A nice piece of kind of that cloud layer right here. And let's kind of start working our way up. Okay. Things get kind of, they get interesting because up here they're sort of, oh, forgot my pen line. What am I thinking? Holy cow. Wait a second. Quickly. Gotta have boundaries. Boundaries, very important to have. Okay, Same deal with that blue. I am going to let a little bit of blue come down here, mostly just to kind of break up that sky before it gets really stormy, and then let it kind of go up and in. And then add a little bit of water here. I need some new water. Let's pour just a little bit of that in. Skies are worth new water. Absolutely noticing it makes outside looks a tiny bit more enjoyable. It does. It does. When you start to notice these colors, it's like, oh yeah, they're familiar. Little friends, little color friends outside. There we go. Now, we're just going to kind of scoot this. This is going to be dark. This is a lot of indigo, but that's okay. That is what we're dealing with in these clouds. And let's kind of let that spread out just a little bit here. Because up here it's going to get really, really dark. I do like some hard edges in clouds, actually. I feel like I'm often a little too soft on them. But it's fun to get some hard edges in there. For instance, up here, we're about to get some hard edges in clouds. So here we go. Check this out. Go here. Here comes some hard edges in clouds. So I'm going to really add some layers. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add these dark, seriously dark layers right now with no water above them. So they are not... They are very much like about to dry as a hard edge, and then at the last second I'm going to come in some water, and it allows that bloom to exist, which I like a lot. I like it a lot. There you go. Okay, so here we go. That's a hard edge right there is what we're looking at. Oh my gosh, yeah. We got some real kind of dark stormy clouds coming over there. This is sort of what I was viewing the first time that I sort of looked over and saw some of this. There we go, dark and stormy. And then I come over with the water. I just add all these little bits, just like that. And that will start to kind of move, especially once it looks like it's, it can't be pulled up anymore. That's what's going to give me those cool kind of edges. Gotta make sure it's not too dark in some places. That's the main challenge. Got a little bit over the edge. I am feeling some wind coming at me, which could be real exciting. Because if we do actually get like another storm coming in, I don't quite know exactly what I'll do. Considering I have to be down here shortly, but we're gonna find out. And then see by adding these now over the top, it makes that cloud system feel like something separate. See how that's coming together? Okay, there we are. Coming in here, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a touch more of the indigo. It's kind of getting grainy in some interesting ways. I'm not quite sure why or how, but it's almost grainy a little bit. And there we have at least a start. I might let this get a little darker just to see if I can kind of pull through, make some interesting edges. The problem with watercolor is you kind of got to trust it. Like I think it's going to do what I want it to do, but in some ways I also can't I can't force it. I can't push it any more than I am. So that's what we're doing. Okay, now here comes just some pure water. We're just adding it. Really simple and easy. Especially over the top. Maybe we even put a touch of blue. That can sometimes make a stormy cloud look really stormy because you have just enough blue sky to see how stormy it is. Yeah, just like that. Look at that. That will do just fine. And then I'll just add a little bit of this. Let it work. And then let's finish this piece up really fast. Like I said, we now have 47 minutes to basically get this done-ish. All right, so we got this page right here. I'm just going to take our squashing rock off, just a touch, not all the way. I'll leave that squashing rock mostly on. And this goes down, just like that. And you see I'm using the big brush, and the reason is it just speeds stuff right up. It's hard to get too much detail, but it's also hard to go slow because of that. And that's kind of a good thing. That's kind of what I need right now. Actually, hold on. Nope, I do need detail. Never mind. Let me entirely bail on what I just said. Okay, right here.
Okay.
Thank you, phone. So the phone is giving me permission to bail on whatever I just said. Very kind of it. Okay. Maybe I'm actually even gonna like add a little bit of water to the edge of our mountains just to let them kind of move into that sky way just a little bit. Okay, so I'm just fussing with these mountains over here. Okay, almost ready. There we go. Okay. Fussing accomplished. So now up here, we're going to have some purple, a little bit of brown, and we're just going to kind of work this edge. What am I looking at here? This is this one, which means that this is this one. I'm just going to kind of work this edge. It's dry. And work this edge right here. And there are bits that have snow on them, but not all of them. So we're just going to kind of work a little bit like this, moving over. Nice dark on the outsides, and then just adding these little layers right here. Okay, and coming back in with some water, simple water, and then pulling down and kind of finishing that work up. So that is going to kind of show us that snow, but also that snow kind of fading into those misty bits. There we go. Something like that. Ta-da! In just 2 or 3 seconds that it's going to dry because this weather is nuts. And I'll be adding in some trees. Well, I'm going to start with some of these trees right down here. So we have this interesting mix of kind of tree and slope and all of this stuff, and it's going to be actually started with a little bit of green, and then I'm going to add colors into it. So here's a little bit of my green, just like that. A little bit of this, kind of over the edge. And I'll kind of do it this style first, and then I'll kind of work over. So a little bit of green, and then I might add a little bit of purple or something like that to my green, because I need to kind of break it down. It's not all green. It's a base of green, and then everything else is these kind of different colors. Am I getting some solo time to recharge myself? That's kind of what this is, I suppose. Although to be totally honest, I'm not sure how recharging this is. This has been a hectic, kind of one of those hectic sketches. But it's good. But when they're done, I feel I feel rejuvenated, maybe, or at least I feel like pleasantly exhausted. To quote our friend Chris, who is the one running Ah Haa, which is where our gallery is for this week, just running on panic. But it's good. It's good. Okay. I'm just adding a little bit up here, and then we're going to add some of these down top. Max's artist. Let's see. We have 3 visitors. We had 3 visitors? Oh, good. Who are our 3 visitors? Max's artist decathlon. Also, have I missed any raids or anything? I have been apparently like not seeing the comments for a bit. I'm now just purely on Twitch, but apparently I wasn't seeing the comments for a bit, which was confusing. I don't know why that happened. But did I miss anybody? Running on panic. Yep. Oh, yes, those visitors. Yes. Michelle, the dog, and the worker. Yes, we have had 3 visitors. We have had, yeah, it's so true. We've had company. We've had snacks. Could have brought more snacks. Definitely should have brought more snacks, actually. But here we go. Okay, and I'm adding these little trees that are kind of just spattering up everywhere. This, if I've ever seen it, is a great opportunity to spatter, but I'm just gonna be relatively quick here. Just adding these little bits in, especially up toward the top where they're so dark. Just like that. And once we get closer to this other top part, then I'll kind of mix it down. And you'll see these trees, the trees below are actually very dark. The reason that they're not being kind of added in is just because that'll happen after the fact. That's kind of a post add. Okay, just like that. See, and I'll kind of carve them. I'll kind of carve them out a little bit, just like this. Okay. We are moving now. Okay, just like that. Couple of, oh, hey, nope. Do I need more rocks? Guess I do. Come on, wind. Not today. Not right now. You've already had enough fun for today. You can chill right out. That's what you can do. Okay. A little bit there, a little bit here. A bit more of the green. Okay, we're just gonna kind of keep on moving. We're gonna try. This is like even though this is a very small hill compared to some of these huge mountains, it is closer, which means that it gets it gets some attention, you know. So that's what I'm gonna be adding right here, is just some of this detail on this littler hill until it kind of leads us to this mountain. So just adding little pieces here and there. These little kind of clumps of trees are just wonderful. But these are the kind of details I feel like that kind of sink in when you see these landscapes. Okay. Did you actually eat today? Loosely, yes. Loosely, I've eaten. Theoretically, it's Gorp. I had breakfast sandwich, courtesy of producer Jen, and then I had Gorp. I will need to eat much more. Oh, Kia, throwing me under the bus like that. Why you gotta do me there? I went to a place, my parents, and got a faced biscuit with ham and poached eggs with gravy. Oh my gosh. Okay. No more mentioning the tasty food. Otherwise, it's going to make this even harder. I'm committed to it, though. Here we go. We're doing it. Okay. We're just got a little bit over here. These are our trees. Trees, please. And I just need to add a little bit of the blue, and then I'll come back in and kind of fill in some of these shadows, which will really kind of do a good job with that. Okay, right there. There we are. Okay. We'll just call most of that pretty good. There we go. And then same deal, we'll kind of work our way around this. And you can see by kind of what we're strategically leaving out, we're creating this kind of lovely little sort of spring melt snowfield, which is very different than a fall snowy mountain. They are, they're just totally like a fall snowy mountain. Everything gets a little bit of a dusting. In spring, you get these interesting kind of melt patterns where some stuff is still melting out and some stuff isn't. And it's just like really interesting, this interesting mix of everything. So you can, one snowy mountain to another, you can kind of tell what season it is just by sort of where the snowpack is, which is cool stuff, I think. Okay, right here, we got some more. There's some more snow, but let's see. We're going to get into our greens. And actually, I might leave that well enough alone because all that other stuff is going to be before it. So there we are. All right. Okay. There's a start. As you can see, we are cooking, as they say, as the cool kids say. I can just scoot this over here, and I'll move this so you can kind of see a high angle view. That is what we're looking at, by the way. This is, if you want to see it, this is the look. This is the view. And now is going to begin the sketch of this view. So it's not purely black and white. So it's all this stuff. You can kind of see it's this stuff right here. All this. So it's kind of hazy, but it's not totally perfectly hazy. So let's see how this works. So we're going to add a bit of brown. And a little bit of, there we go. So we're going to kind of scoot down. We're starting with our brown, and I'm going to move into purple here real soon and real fast, just to kind of get that hazy look. So here comes our purple, and I'm just going to let that kind of sit in those mountains and kind of connect up on them just a little bit. Same on the edges, and especially a tiny bit of actually indigo up on this little spire. Just because it's so prominent. Okay, there we are. So I'm adding just a little bit of these, and honestly, a little splatter right here would be perfect. That's great. And then I'm using water and just gonna kind of let that mix and merge down. Oh yeah. That looks just fine. So the next bit is just to kind of keep that running up the slopes. So there's that one, a little bit here. We're doing a little mix of some brown, some purple, kind of depending on where the shadows are and what's at rock and what's not and what's kind of touching where. And I didn't do a particularly excellent job of lining this out to see what kind of like what ends up where. So this could get a little bit more tricky. Purple right there. Touch more tricky, but I think we're still going to be in fine shape. Especially because these are sort of these, I don't know, these little crosshatchy areas. So I'm going to actually mix up a little bit of something darker with this. And I'm going to kind of scrape it over the page. Ready? Here's that scraping. So that kind of scraping sort of shows that tree, like line-esque thing. And then when I then fill it in with a bit of, I don't know, green or something like this. There we go. A little bit of green. Honestly, it's more blue than anything, so we'll just probably toss that in there. There you are. And there you get your trees. We're not worried about stuff mixing. Everything is so fluid over there that we can just kind of run with it. There we go. Okay. Now at the top, we're just going to add a little bit more of this kind of brown. Just a touch right there. And that's where we're going to start pulling down on some of these purples next. So here comes some purple. Here comes a little bit of just some shading, just that style. And then maybe I'll even kind of move it down into a little bit of indigo or something like that. We'll try a little bit of that. We'll try to kind of like a little touch indigo. Just a little touch indigo. There's that. There we go. Especially when you kind of get into those shady bits. What's interesting is like this mountain will very much change. Like this, I might be accurate today, but tomorrow and the next day, or like if I come back a week later, this whole mountain could be kind of entirely different just because of how stuff is melting and where the snowpack is. So I usually try to be pretty accurate on, just get a little bit in here. I usually try to be pretty accurate in where I place things, but it's also like, this is so, you got some leeway if you want it. Okay, there we have it. We're cooking now. Time-wise, we have about half an hour to finish this up. Just put it out there. Also, there's a little chipmunk that keeps on just getting closer and closer. Kind of see it way down there. I think it's likely going to ignore me, but I haven't really moved for hours, so it might just kind of think of me as a fixture at this point. I don't know how bold the chipmunks are, but you don't want them to get acclimated, but they are the things that are like, they have figured out exactly how to use people for all of our waste and and issues. Unluckily for it, I have no more food. Or luckily. Shouldn't go teaching it bad habits. Okay, a little splatter here. And then a bit in purple as well. And then we kind of go into the greens and the blues and the purples. So then we kind of go sort of flow into this. Just like that. And maybe we go a little bit down here, a little bit up here. Okay. A little bit of water just to kind of sort of merge stuff down and out. And we're pretty good on those. Maybe. I don't know. Stuff is so hard to gauge because it's just huge. I mean, like, this is not photo accurate by any means. I mean, it is so, these mountains are so big and like so hard to wrap your brain around, but I'm trying to paint it how it feels. And this is kind of how it feels now that I'm staring at it for a while. All right, rock goes up here. Will it stay? All right, new rock goes up there. Let's grab one of you. That looks good. All right, you are the new rock. Good luck. Okay, now let's go paint that Coors Mountain. At least that's what they were saying. It is the old Coors Mountain. Can't see it? Can't see what? Can't see the connection? I think it's kind of close. But also, like I said, this is very much how it feels. Okay, there's this. There's these up here. And we'll add a little bit of purple to those, maybe. We're just kind of trying to fill through so much of this. Oh, the animal. Oh, okay. Yes, the chipmunk. Yes, it is. We'll see. We'll see if they show up. Or it's more one. I think it's one brave one. I'm probably in its territory more than anything. Got a little bit of this purple, kind of mixing in, moving down. Just grabbing little bits here and there. And I'm just gonna scoot around. There we are. Okay, and then down here is actually mostly rock. So we'll just kind of grab a little bit of this, run with it. There we go. Bit of indigo in there too, I think. Okay, and just like that, there we have it. A little bit more splatter, I think. There's like all these little sections that just have all these tiny little rocks here and there, and I feel like this is just the most accurate way to do that. I feel like I put too much color too. But it has these moments which are just so colorful, but then it also has these moments which are just very drab. This mountain range is very confusing to me. Okay, same deal. Here we go. A little bit of just a touch of some color. And by color, I mean just honestly, this is a mono range right here. And we're getting there. Oh no, I just scraped my cheek. Like, you know, you kind of like scrape it a little bit and then it like burns for a little bit. I worry about my face. Hopefully I put enough sunscreen on. Or maybe that's just wind burn from the snow that hit earlier. Wait a second, what is that? Is there more snow? Yeah, there's snowflakes. Just drifting down. Is this what it is to live at this altitude? You're just so high up that, like, you know, it hasn't had a chance to melt yet, so just everything is snow. It's so wild. Like, it is so wild. Okay, a little bit there, and not my most accurate probably mountain that's ever been sketched, but I think that's what we're looking at. Something kind of just like this. Okay, and then perhaps just a little bit of splatter here, right there. All right, there you have it. Get into the mountain range. Yeah, it's definitely snowing. It's definitely snowing again. How? Why? You must have to pack for such strange conditions. At least Alaska's like, it's going to be terrible. And then maybe it'll be a tiny bit nice. But this is like, nice, bad, nice, bad, nice, bad, bad, nice. No mountains here? Oh. Well, at least you probably know how to dress. Oh, it's like kind of thick snow too. I wonder if any of it's going to fall into the paper and kind of melt. That makes for a kind of interesting effect. A little frustrating sometimes, but an interesting effect nonetheless. Okay, we're just mixing some kind of recycled paint from the palette. A little bit here, a little bit there. I think I need to put a tiny more kind of up here as it's moving up towards those mountains. Yeah, because there's a little bowl there, but most of it is actually like that. There we go, something like that. Okay, well, it's a start. A snowy start, but a start. All right, I need to... Oh, I just realized there's a show that I'm missing. I told some people I was going to be at a show at 3, but I don't think I'm going to make it. But you know what? The beauty of like being connected to the filmmakers is they can often help you. They can help you see their film very easily. A little bit there, a little bit here. Same over here. Just do a little taste of some of these. And I think it's almost time to flip the page once we get this right here done. So what I'm going to need is a little bit of bravery and some... Well, I'm going to start with these little ones. So these little details, just jump that right there. These little details right here are interesting because, whoops, focus in on for you. So all I really need is like a couple trees to kind of stand out. And you can do that really simply. You just go like this. And just like that, boom, couple trees. Maybe add a couple more up here. But there we go. That's it. That's plenty. I can kind of do these on a lot of those uneven surfaces where there's like, oh, there's snow here. Maybe there's a couple trees there. This is also a great opportunity for the ever-present splatter. The ever-present and ever-loved splatter. And then let's kind of get into these trees a little bit. They're not perfect, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a little bit of negative space to kind of show that they're like part of a forest. So I'm going to use these right here, and I'm going to kind of cut up some of this and kind of show how there's other trees in front as well. And I'll use a little bit of water to kind of walk it back. So there we go. So you kind of have trees on trees. And then we'll put a little bit of detail there. Not too much, but just a little bit. Actually, that's probably plenty right there. Okay. So we got this, we got that. And I suppose the next step is kind of working through these trees, finishing up that little bit of the background, and then we're on to the races, which is the last 2 pages. Once we have those there, we're in running shape here. Okay, I'm just feeling this to the edge. We look good. There's a lot of snow coming down now. Here, take a look. This is kind of crazy. Maybe you can see it. It's kind of hard to in the sun, because that is also what we're having. But if you look closely, you can kind of see all that snow. What you gonna do with all that snow? Okay, so now I'm on to this section right here. So this one is gonna be a little bit of blues, a little bit of purples, and that green. And this is like this little kind of outcropping of trees that sort of popped up over the edge here. There we go. So we got some of this. So we'll just add a little bit to the edge. And once you feel good, we'll kind of move through it. Whew. I rode mountain bikes down that mountain over there like 20 years ago. Really? That is wild. Which one? I mean, honestly, actually, no, I take it back. Any of those, riding mountain bikes down any of these mountains would be absolutely wild. I can't even like fathom that. I'm scared to like even hit a route. But seeing some of like the elevation and what people do. Especially because 20 years ago, they didn't even have like the full suspension mountain bikes where it's just like too easy kind of a deal. Like you would have to actually ride an actual mountain bike, wouldn't you? Not like today's $2,000 bikes or $12,000 bikes. Oh my gosh. That is insane. My cousin works for a bike. He's like a part owner of a bike brand called Solace, which makes really, really nice bikes. So he knows that world, but still, I feel like we all have that thing that we're excited about. Like for me, like I could see spending like $12,000 in camera equipment. I can do that. That's actually not that hard for me. But the idea of $12,000 in like a bike parts is just absolutely crazy. But it's like, I feel like everybody has that one thing where it's like, yeah, if you need to spend $10,000 in a afternoon, what's the hobby of yours that you could pull it off with? Because I'm sure every single person has one of those. And we're just kind of moving through, using some familiar colors, but that's all right. I'm still learning. And it's okay to do some fallbacks. The cost of stuff is insane. Yeah. Could say that again. Okay, a little bit up to the top. A little bit over to the side. And we're almost there. There we go. And once we get kind of closer to the edge here, then we'll be able to flip it over, because these pages are now mostly dry. So in just a second, we'll be able to flip it over and get kind of this more, the more final look here. The idea is to finish this up in about 10 minutes. Not sure how feasible that is, but I think an attempt is going to be made. Okay, a little bit over here. I'm gonna use the big brush. I should use the big brush. Honest, I gotta take like a photo or two, don't I? Oof. Okay, we're just scooting. We could potentially leave it there, to be totally honest. Part of me is tempted. This actually kind of determines let me see. What do these last two pages look like? These last two pages would be there. I think we leave it here. Actually, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we put our little squash rock right back there, and I think that's what we hold it on just for now. Oh, you did Mountain of the Holy Cross. Wild. I'll be looking that up later. That looks bonkers. It sounds bonkers. I don't know if it looks bonkers. You tell me. Okay, yeah, so in this case, what I'm going to do is I'll use this then as sort of the final brush strokes. And we're just going to be adding a little bit of this to the edge. That way these can be sort of left unfinished, which it's an effect I love. I think it looks just so cool. There we go. So something kind of like that. Maybe a touch of green. And there we go. Maybe a little bit more up to the top. Okay. Whoop. Well, I think this is it. I think this is what we're looking at. We'll just do a little bit of soaking up of some of those real wet spots. Wow, that's not working very well at all. Huh. One thing you can do is you can take a brush, dry it off real well, and then you can kind of soak up the water with the brush and get rid of this. That's a quick way to kind of do that. I've just got these like little puddles of water here that'll take quite a while to dry. Maybe not, actually. I am in Colorado, but okay. All right. Well, that feels like it. You ready to see the big thing? You want to see the whole thing? Because if you, yeah, you should be. It's going to be. We'll see. Oh. I'll let Jen know. Let's see. Just about to finish up. You want to see the big? Okay, here we go. Let me see. Just about to finish up. Then packing up and on my way down. Okay. Gotta take a photo. Are you getting the... I'm not moving. I'm not exactly moving at my fastest right now, I think you could say. There's that. There's one of these. I got another one of these. And one of those. Okay. So, you want to see this sketch here, do you? Well, let me remove some rocks. Okay, so what do I gotta do? Oh, that died a while ago. Too bad, so sad. All right. Scoot this out of the way. Sorry, hold on. Quick break. Oh. I feel so tired. Let's see. We each have to make sure it's done before I leave town. What is this? Oh, yes. Okay. Where is the chat? There's chat. Okay. So here we go. Just toss one thing over here and one thing over here. And here we are. Okay. All right. Here's the full thing for you. Oh man, that was a doozy. Look at it though. Oh, it's so cool. That is very exciting actually. Oh, I am really excited about that. Wow, look at all this. Look at all of that. Can you even that's huge. That's massive. I didn't even know how to capture all of that. Wait a second. Cool. I like it. I like it very much. There we are. Ta-da! Now the real question is everything dry? And the answer is no. So I can't put this down yet, but I can rock it to the ground. So let me just do a little bit of that. And then I gotta show you from this angle so you can see it. Oh, write down the date. Very good call. Yes, I will definitely be. Oh, I've not done a very good job of doing that, but I will be doing that here. Okay, here you gotta see. Here it is, all rocked down. Can I bring that with me? Not really. So if I scoot this over like this, one rock goes here, and we kind of pull this. One rock goes here, and a little rock goes here. Okay, here you are. Behold. How neat is that? Oh, that is so cool. Oh, wait, don't. Chair's trying to blow away. Look at the scale of that. Oh my gosh, I am so happy with this. This is so cool. Which seems like rude to say that about your own painting. Like that seems like a little bit, But I am very, very pleased. Especially considered that there was a snowstorm. There was a escape into an excavator. There was a hike up a very, very, very steep mountain. And all in all, I mean, look at this gorgeous place. That is just the neatest thing. Huh. How about that? It looks like we still have some rain coming in. So I am going to get this all packed up. Just in a moment. Here, can I zoom in a little bit? The clouds came out awesome. Didn't this turn out good? Yeah, I feel very happy about that as well. Okay, so here you go. Here's the slow pan. Oh, so cool. All right, well, on that note, let's go and let me go see. Let's go try to raid somebody, if that's all the same. It was a bit of a mess at first, but it turned out great. That's kind of the story of my life, Kia. But let's go see if we can raid. Is Maya still streaming? Is Maya's birthday? Because if not, let's just go raid Alveus. But I'm gonna be so sore going down. Okay. So here we are. Let me see. Who is worth raiding? Checking. There is... How do I figure this out? Oh, there we go. Okay. Looks like artful turkeys around. Alveus Sanctuary? Sabathon. Oh yeah, let's go visit Maya. Okay. How do I spell Alveus? Alveus. Sanctuary. Okay, ready to give this a go? Okay, here we go. Yes, live at Alveus. Okay. Dash. Raid. And then ALVEUS. Sanctuary. Okay, first attempt. Did it go? I think it went. For some reason, it doesn't tell me that on Twitch, but I believe it went. So if it did go, perfect. Okay, great. Well, super. All right. Well, okay, we're up and running then. So if somebody could let me know when you have raided successfully, I will take care on my way down. Thank you very much. I'm gonna put on a bunch more sunscreen, and then I'm gonna go get something to eat. Is what I'm gonna do. But thank you so much for sharing some time with me up here and this kind of wild, crazy week. I'll be in the East Coast soon and can't wait to do maybe a little bit more calm things. Maybe a lot more calm things at low elevation, sea level, very much sea level. My God, take me back. All right. Well, okay. I think, did it work? Did it work? Are we all rated? Have we headed out? Maybe. Hopefully. We'll find out shortly. There's like just enough of a delay too where it kind of makes everything tough. Okay, I think we are back. I think maybe, I don't know. We're just gonna jump over here. Did it work? Did it work? I don't know if it worked, but I think it worked. Oh, gone soon. Nope, still working. Okay, if somebody help me out, I still have no idea if we have successfully raided. But I think like the lack of oxygen to my brain is probably just caught up. So I could just be here for a while. Just getting things packed up here. Then the long trek down begins. Okay. Can I exit this? I'm going to do it. I think it's been 1 minute. Okay. Well. Also, thank you, Casey Snow Art. Am I still on, by the way? I feel like I don't know. Figuring out technology, I think I rated everybody to Alveus, but I don't actually know. But also, I don't know if like it turns things off after you do that. Like, did that just sort of send everybody there and then? Oh, you're in the foothills. Oh, but don't get to see the big mountains often. Enjoy the. Oh yeah, the enjoy enough despite living in this state. It is gorgeous here. Yeah, it is wild. I probably need to put some sunscreen on. But here we go. Here, let me show you what we made today, and then I gotta go. But check this out. Okay, so here's this. Oh, it's still live. You'd have to end the stream after rating or turn it off. Otherwise, it shows you being live in the sidebar. Ah, aha. Okay, look at this. How cool is this thing? This is like the biggest panorama I have ever done, ever. Oh yeah, right, UV rays and sunscreen. Okay, this could be bad. I did a sketch earlier too, which was that was kind of a fun one. This is, let's see, here is Telluride as well. It is plein air, yes. A little bit too plein air. There's a snowstorm at one point. I'm not used to that. That was very confusing. Quite an experience. Okay, I need to be down. I need to catch the gondola and zip down right now. So I'm going to go do that so fast. But it was great to say hello. And thank you for having me in Colorado. But okay, I got to zip. But now I think I end it, right? That's what I do. Oh, I got to end it this way. Hold on, sorry. This is embarrassing. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out like the live out in the wilderness sort of thing. So there's like multiple steps of everything, which is interesting, frustrating, and shockingly expensive. But also it can be so simple. Like it should be the simplest thing ever. Okay, there we are. So that appears to be. Okay, there we go. Now we just hit this button. I'm gonna stop it all. See you later at sea level.